going on. यार इन्हीं जब सीट तक ना सीट नहीं मिलूगी मतलब खाली होगा आप 4-5 बंदे होंगे तो दो चार होगी तो मैं कह रहा आप कुर्सी चार इतना ला करते हैं ना पूरा लेट चल रहे हैं इधर साडी कम्युनिटी लंच ਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਹੇ
ਹਾਂ ਬਸ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਰਹਿ ਰੱਖੀਏ ਯਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ
ਫੂਡ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਫੋਟੋ ਦੇ ਦੇ ਅੰਕਲ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਯਾਰ
मैं कुछ के आई नहीं मैं मना नहीं किया
ਨਾਲ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਡੀ
मैं बैग करता
ਦੇਖ ਅਰੇ ਯਾਰ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਮਰੇ
मैं देखो क्या हो गया कैसी लग रही हूँ
ਉੱਠੀ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਘੁੰਮੋ ਫਿਰ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹਾਈ ਗਾਇਸ ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ
हेलो गाइस
ब्रो तेरा नहीं है कुछ तू साइड पे हो जा
इनमें देख रहे हैं
नहीं और देख नहीं सकता तू
around you please अंदर इन इंशाल्लाह
ਹਾਈ एवरीवन आई एम हियर टू प्रेजेंट
अंदर
ਯਾਰ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਬੈਗ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਓਏ ਆ ਵੀ ਰੱਖ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਤਿੰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਦੇ ਓ ਯਾਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੱਦ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਬੈਠ
टुडे इज माय बर्थडे गाइस तो यार तुम मान
हैप्पी बर्थडे पार्टी होगी
कितने वादी गो उठे
उधर रख दे ब्रो बैग रख दे उसके बाद सीट दे
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਮੈਂ ਅਗਲੀ ਕਲਾਸ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਾ ਆ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਬ్రో ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਚੋਦਾ ਹੈ
देखो मुस्कान बैल इन्हां दे बारे पता कुछ सिवाय रोड दे आयो
ਚੱਲ
ਹਾਂ ਜਲਦੀ ਦਿਆ
फोर टू थ्री टाइम ओ यार बर्थडे को भी सच्ची
ਇਹਦਾ ਟਿਕਟ ਲਾ ਕੇ
करिया का मैं बस कैश आ जाओगा नहीं दो दिन मैं काम नहीं सारे I saw one of my students and I told her, she said, "Oh, are you a judge?"
We're live, we're good to go.
Perfect.
If you
And
go
so-
downstairs,
You can see me?
yeah,
Perfect. Who's the first person?
I don't know.
Miguel's not showing. So Kushman.
Do you see the PowerPoints in there?
Yes, I do. But I don't see Kushman's.
I don't know which, oh, there. Kushman final. Oh, yeah.
But we need to tell the moderators that they cannot close the live streaming at all.
Yeah, they don't touch.
Do not X the live stream. If they want to open up their own Internet Explorer, they can open a new browser.
Yeah.
Wonderful. If they're boring की हुई ना मैं यहाँ पे शादी यार मुझे टाइम
होने का दुनिया
ਕਿਹੜੀ ਮੂਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਡਾਇਰੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਬਟ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਚੁੜੇਲ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਫੋਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ I have one for that ਪੈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿੰਦਾ ਪਾਪਾ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਟ੍ਰਿਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਸਨੈਪਚੈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਈ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ये तो मैं पे तक आई दास अम्मा तू भेज दिया सारी पर मेरा जलूस ना कटे सोने
भूपेंद्र सिंह डी पुप्पी So अपने नाल रूम च यार I need two volunteers in 448 so 10 होने चाहिए
2448
okay out of 4
कौन कहना है
white
भूपेंद्र श्राय और तो चलिए
no ਆਪਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਨ ਹੋਰ ਮਤਲਬ 448 ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ this one
मैं कह नहीं है
I'm coming अर्ची बानी
हजरबानी है
ठीक है
मेरी बात सुना यार मैं फोटो खिंचवानी है
मैं भी खिंचवानी है
Are you familiar with the room? 322. There's more than 35 people in this room.
Yeah.
I need to send them down to 322.
Yeah, 320.
Thank you.
Yep.
I need one.
Motto.
इतना बहुत सीरियस लग रही है
So you're sleeping?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm our room.
Morning.
This is fantastic. I just happened to, I'm the room person for this, so I'm giving out the stickers and I'm making sure there's no more than 35 people, so I'm gonna sit right here. Perfect. Yeah, good lineup of, yeah, this is really exciting. Can I make it look like, I promise my hands are clean, recently washed, as they are every minute of every day. Good. And now,
Good. One's very
although
good.
everybody else been sick in my class, so I don't know if he's coming or not. Oh, what a shame, you worked so hard on that. So, oh, that is really a shame.
Hi. Where are you?
Yeah, that's something to do.
Do you have your account quite ready to go?
Just send it. I don't know.
Just send it? Okay, I'll have it.
Can you please start?
Yeah, I'm doing all the social justice ones, so that's working out for me. Are you one of our speakers? Sorry?
I'm going to.
Helping to
You're
organize.
volunteer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Rally
The troops. Do you need a,
I have a presentation.
you're doing a presentation, so you don't need a,
Yeah, yes, oh great, wonderful.
because I've got
I
these
just have one about
stickers
the technology.
for participation, but you don't need one because you're a presenter.
He's
You're an attendee, so I can give you a sticker.
And sent in a PPT if I can use Google Slides or anything. So basically, you prefer if they don't use Google Chrome at all,
Go on
just
to
because
the
I'm signed in.
Okay.
And if they are, would it be okay if you kind of remind students to use Internet Explorer?
Right.
Preferred.
Prefer.
Yes, just because if they exit,
Okay.
we're not gonna see it downstairs.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And in terms of connecting to downstairs, we're just listening,
No, it's audio and visual.
so they can, they can hear us.
No. But they can hear us right now.
Hello.
Yeah.
They're down there right now.
We can hear each other.
This is a nice room layout. Okay, we've taken away we've got a curve, it's more inclusive, we've taken away the tables. Did you email your,
Yeah.
I emailed.
do you see it on the list?
There. He's a not.
Are you an attendee?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can give you a sticker.
Right. Can you just check the email or I can send again? Because I sent it tomorrow again
You're
yesterday.
having more than 35 people in the casino,
Yeah.
so I'm like, I'll count when we get a little full. Just make sure it's 35 people, including you and me and Meg.
Put it down or out. It's you or so basically, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3. 7 all right?
I was planning on just going in first. We don't even have most of the presenters here.
Huh?
Like the presenters still are here.
Yeah.
So would you be ready to go first?
Sounds like we just drop the shoot.
Alright, awesome. So just open this up, I mean, it's just not, which is the problem, right? To have a little sniffle. Just a little- Yes.
Hi.
You present. And I will have the full sentences, just 3 points in each slide.
चिकन वाला चिकन वाला
Were you that's minimized? It's just not there.
Good morning, everyone.
ये वही मैं डॉक्टर
So my job, I'm going to introduce the program. Read your title of your sign. Your job will be to introduce yourself. Very quickly, I want to tell them, you may be appointed class.
It's okay, I don't want.
What do you need? Just your name.
also.
Hello. So you're gonna go back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it'll be a problem, but just to warn you, once there are 35 people in the room, you can't let anybody else in.
Okay.
You can do live stream.
Oh, so right. You can watch from downstairs, there's a room where you can watch. But to be in the room, it's still got.
मैंने तो पता नहीं है
Yes.
Cool.
How are you?
Yeah, okay.
Hey. Good.
We might want to turn on some slides. Yeah. How do you like home discussion?
Oh, I think
That's really great, right?
Sure, we're all in different readings.
This mine is one that I actually know something. I don't know if this, I don't know if you give this one to.
Just, I went to a meeting last night.
Well, are we,
I went to another meeting.
Oh, wow.
are we finding
I
this
was
one?
involved with them, so I walked in, everybody just raised their elbow, like, oh, touch elbows, everybody's like raised it.
Hilarious. It's interesting because the cultural dynamics has changed, right? Like, most people get accustomed
Yeah, moving broadcast to another meeting.
Right.
Also, a videotape.
I'll ask it.
Oh, that's good.
Remember last year, we had like,
Right, yeah. I'm just gonna check that on the program.
Sorry, are you presenting?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. So, I do have your PowerPoint. We will not. The plan is we will go in order. Right now, we only have here.
She was already telling me
I am Megan. That's right. Oh, that's okay. Nice to meet you.
see, I was really looking forward to taking some. So,
Hi. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can check. I'm here too. Sorry, just need to look nice.
We're a little bit off. You tell me when I stop moving. Just need to always be cool. There we go.
That one first? Purple one. Purple one. That one? Perfect.
No, just outside. Where they're serving food.
Hi. Okay, thank you. I'll be right with you presenters, or are you just attending? Great. Hi, I've got stickers for anybody who's attending. Okay, we are gonna limit the, hold on please, we're gonna limit the number to 35 in the room, so we just need to count as we go along. That's perfect. Yes, we'll be back in a second. Press down. It's okay. Put your hand a bit back. Thank you. Yeah. This is great. Okay. Wait. It's supposed to be this but later, not this. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen me. That was supposed to go up. Yeah, we see now. Okay, so.
Where's the
That's true.
Turn that over, please.
Yeah.
Turn that over.
Short too.
So you respond.
You're attending? Julia?
Yep. Yep, and there are 4 people there. Come on in, let me give you a sticker. Yeah.
Well, man, that's gonna stay.
I think we're full now. Are you staying in this room or are you just floating through it? What? Sorry, are you gonna stay in this room? You don't have to leave now, I just wanted to find out if you were gonna see if I was counting you or not.
Oh, no,
And then are you gonna stay here or are you gonna go to all the others? Okay, so I'm not gonna count you. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our annual Limitless Student Conference. Thank you for attending, and hello to all of our visual guests downstairs for chiming in. This year's theme is Imagining Brighter Futures. I think today's panel is a really good topic to think about how we can imagine brighter futures in terms of social justice. So today our panel is Speaking Truth to Power, Interrogating Global Injustice. And we have 4 presenters today. They each have 10 minutes. I will have signs to flash to them just as a reminder when you need to wrap up at 1 minute and then halfway at 5 minutes. We will have all of the speakers presenting back to back. We will please give them a loud round of applause at the end. Right? We can practice, yes. Awesome. And then we'll have time at the end to have a nice Q&A session. Any questions that you have for the speakers or comments are all welcome. And for students in the room, just as a reminder, if you don't already have your sticker on your badge, make sure you get one from Faith before you head out. So on that note, we are going to have our first presenter today. Come on up to the front. And the title of her talk is Discrimination Based on Gender in Contemporary Pakistan. Don't blame Islam, it is society. Let's take 10 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Actually, my name is Uruj, and I am going to talk about gender discrimination in contemporary Pakistan. As many people think that women is not holding equal status in Islam, can I ask you guys that how many of you think that women are not getting the equal rights in Islam? Can you raise your hands, please? Thank you. That's what I told, that women's status is in Islam is always a controversial topic. People in Pakistan also believe that women is not getting the equal status, and they hold an inferior status in society because people are not practicing the true teachings of Islam. Based on my personal experience, I experienced that many people in Pakistan see young women and girls as a sexual object. Without acknowledging what is true teachings of Islam and what is not, they do not give the equal rights to women, and also they do not give the permission to study, which is then create the discrimination against women and negative mentality towards Islam. So they use the name of Islam and say that women hold inferior status. which is not correct. Islam says that you both are humans and you both get equal rights to stand up for yourself and also say what you want to say and what you want to do. As I mentioned, that women are seen as a sex object. This is seen in public places and in the house also, and workplaces. That's why parents do not allow their girls to go outside and talk and study, and do not mingle. They do not give permission to mingle with other people. That's why women are strictly considered to be inside the home. Which is like if something happened to a girl or a woman, they are told to be shut down their mouths and sit down at home because of their family reputation and society. These all things are socially constructed. Islam say if something bad happened to you, just stand up for yourself and do not sit down. And if you stand up for yourself, there is no blame against you. So I believe that society is not practicing true teachings of Islam. That's why they told people that if something happened to a girl, just be quiet at home and sit down at your home. Also, distribution of property. In Islam gives 1/3 part of every property to a woman. And also jewelry and expenses, which is belong to a woman. If the separation again in woman and husband they are getting separation, there is no way that a man get that jewelry back or any part of property back. Also, in other culture, I see that if woman is getting married, their parents have to give dowry to her. But in Islam, it's opposite. Men have to give money to a woman at the marriage time. They have to contract when they are getting married. They have to sign that this amount is going to be, I am going to be giving this amount to my wife. And in my society, I see that this is not going right now. They do not give the part of property to a woman. Also, they say if you are getting your part, please give your part to your husband or your brother. Because what would you do with your part? There is no life for a woman in Pakistan because they are not going to give her any kind of property share or something like that. And if she is a widow or something happened to her husband and between her, they did not give her any kind of money too. So that is getting difficult for her to stay alone. Also, in northern parts of Pakistan, they do not allow their girls to go and get education. But in Islam, as you know, that Quran is all written form, and in Quran it's written that everyone have a right to read or understand this thing. So if someone is not getting the primary education, how would they get to know the Quran thing? So it is in Islam, it says that you have to get educated. But mostly people say you don't need to get educated because you only have, your work is to just raise kids and also do household working. And if someone raise their voice, say they get shot, like Malala Yousafzai. She was a girl from Pakistan. She stand up for her rights and say that I want to study, and she get bullet in her head, which affects many girls also because they all think, get feared about her, that she gets shot. I am also getting shot if I stand up for my rights. But she get an inspiration. After that, she gets a shot. She stand up for herself, and also now she is getting education in England. Also, women's status in eyes of Islam is, if a daughter born in your house, she will open a door of heaven for her father. If you get married with a girl, you get your religion half completed. Also, heaven is under the foot of mother. So I believe that everyone has a right to stand for their self, and also gender equality is human fight, not just female fight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for staying on time. That's excellent. We will have our second speaker. Technology. I don't know. 35 years and no justice.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kushman, and today I'm going to tell you about an incident in India that happened 35 years ago, and yet no justice has been delivered to the citizens. So, any guesses which event I might be talking about? It's related to maximum people of us, like from India. We are the international students from Punjab. So, any guesses what the event would be?
1984 Sikh genocide.
Yes, that's correct. So, we'll be talking about the 1984, the Sikh genocide that happened in India. At a station right outside Delhi, a mob gathered, screaming, "Sikhs have killed the nation's mother." They dragged my husband out of the train. I screamed as I watched them burn him alive. This is the story of a woman who was traveling with her husband on a train, and suddenly some mob gathers and kills her husband alive in front of him. This is not just a story of one person. This has happened all over the city of Delhi, which is the capital city of India. People were gathered and they started killing whoever wears a turban, they have to be killed. Whoever has a beard, they have to be killed just because they belong to a Sikh community. The 1984 is the year which will never be forgotten by the Indians, especially the Sikh community. So let me tell you why this happened and what was the reason behind it. So in June 1984, the Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, she ordered the military troop to attack on the Amritsar, saying that there is a leader in Punjab who is trying to separate the Punjab from the rest of the country. So they were speaking against the separatist movement, as said by Indira Gandhi. So she attacked the temple, and the pilgrimages were killed. They had no any concern. There was no any mistake of the pilgrims who came to worship God. At that time, the revenge was taken in November 1984 by two of Indira Gandhi's, you could say, the bodyguards, and they killed the Prime Minister, saying that they took the revenge. After Indira Gandhi was killed, the Hindu nationalists of India, they gathered around the hospital and they say the blood for blood. So they want to take the revenge from the whole Sikh community because their mother of the nation was killed by them. So this is one of the picture where the people are attacking on some random people just because they are Sikh. The police were toying with us, Mr. Ali said. He recalled them saying, even if you kill, nothing will happen to us. So this is an event which is explained by one of the person who was Muslim, and he was looking at this event that was going on. So even he was killed just because he had a beard, so they thought that he is also a Sikh. So just imagine, only the Sikh were targeted just because one of the person that have killed the Prime Minister, and now they are completely against the whole community. So you might think what was the reaction after that? This event took place for 3 days and around 3,000 people were killed. And there are many evidences that show that this is a genocide, although the government of India still called it riot. The politicians have continuously said that this was just the massacre between Hindu nationalists and Sikh community. But evidences have shown that there was the list made up from the voter IDs of Sikh people, and only the cities or the localities were targeted where the Sikh people had their businesses or they lived with their families. Especially the poor people or the small businessmen, they were targeted. There were many strikes happening in the country all around, for the many years. They have been calling out for the justice, but still no help has been given to them. Even the protesters have approached to the United Nations, but still only the talkings are going on the international level. The politicians are talking about it, but the action on the real ground is nothing. As you can say, this is the leader of Canada's NDP party. He says people have a right to know what happened because there has never been a full rendering of the account. I won't be told that I cannot take the same position that the NDP has always been taken on this issue. So he is right now supporting the Indians, the Sikh community, because we can see in Canada, there are many people who have been survivors of the 1984 and they have flown to other countries for the justice and for surviving. So if at the international level, people are supporting it. In Canada also, many people have filed the cases against the criminals. Even in USA, the petition was filed, and one of the cases was filed against an Indian politician in Australia. The support is given from the international level, but it is not enough to put the pressure on the Indian government. Like in Canada, we can see that there was injustice happening with the indigenous people. So the Justin Trudeau and even the other prime ministers, they took a hand out for the reconciliation. They apologized for their mistakes. But in India, nothing has happened till date. It's been 35 years, no promising by the prime minister or any of the politicians that there will be the justice, the criminals will be in the jail, but nothing has happened till date. So this can really, we can really see that how Indian government has taken no responsibility to stand with their citizens and to speak against the criminals. There have been, you will be like surprised to know there have been 35 truth commissions already that have been opened and shut down. The names of the criminals have been like 4 to 5. They say the politicians were involved, the policemen were involved, but nobody is given any of the punishment. Instead, the police constables who were there, they were promoted. If you kill 5 people, you get a double promotion. If you kill 20 people, you become the superintendent. So is this the justice? Like you are giving promotion to the people who were involved directly into the crime. Justice delayed is justice denied. This is what I believe, and many of the people believe who have been the survivors, the victims, and also who know about the crime against the humanity. So the brutality of the crime was very harsh, and still today, till today, there has been no justice. So if you are not giving justice to any of the community for the what has happened with them, this is, you are denying them as the humans. Like they are the humans, they live in the society and they have their rights. We have the human rights that whatever crime happens against us, we have the right to speak against it and we should get the justice. But no justice means like the whole community, the whole government is collapsed, because if you can't give justice or a peaceful country for the citizens to live in, then what kind of government is it? At the end, I would like to tell you that there are similar things happening again in India. I think you might have heard about the attack on the Muslim protesters in capital city Delhi last month in February. And over there, now they are targeting the Muslim communities. As in the news reports also I have seen, like many of the people are targeting only the places where poor people live and poor Muslim communities live, because they cannot speak for themselves. Policemen are involved again. Again, the many powerful politicians are involved in the crime. The reason behind this protest was the CAA Amendment Act, which included that no Muslim person can get the citizenship of India. So they were protesting against it. But you can see the violence that happened after the protest. Everyone has the right to speak. But if you create such a nuisance after the protest, then I don't think that this is right for the people, right for the people who haven't done any crime and they are just protesting. Might be like there might be the violence in the protest, but still, this is not a way like you will go on attack the person who are not involved in that crime. So attacking the poor people, attacking a community is not correct as far as this violence is concerned. Thank you and have a nice day.
Sorry about that, guys.
Just a brief transition to set up technology. With this talk, we're shifting gears slightly. I'll just introduce the title. Nell's going to be talking about Love is Universal, but Dating is Not. The experience of international students in Canada. Okay, we're ready for speaker number 3.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Excuse me. I'm going to discuss about my research study entitled regarding dating experiences of international students in Vancouver. So this one is the outline of my presentation, so I'll be discussing about this later. So first, I'll be discussing.
Raise your voice.
Okay.
A little louder.
So first, I'll be discussing about the introduction. Cool. So for the introduction, does anybody know about this number? So 572,415. That figure represents the number of international students in Vancouver for the academic year 2017 to 2018. According to the Canadian Bureau for International Education, most international students are coming from Asian countries such as China, India, South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines. And most of them contribute positively to the Canadian economy by, of course, international students pay a higher international tuition fee, and they promote cultural diversity by exposing students to diverse experiences, diverse culture, and diverse norms. However, according to sorry about that. There. Okay. So, however, according to this one is not the right slide. There. So according to Popper of 2008, most international students face social and relational challenges as they face cross-cultural transition, as they adapt to a local environment, which is the Canadian society. Most of them experience loneliness, social isolation, and identity confusion. Okay. There. So it's a bit of a log for the laptop. So anyway, so according to Gomez et al. 2014, most of the international students adapt to the local Canadian culture by having a complex social networks. They build friendships and relationships based on race, religion, and same interests. Okay, so why dating? According to Houska 2017, one of the areas of cultural adaptation strategies that has yet to be studied extensively is about dating. And most international students are forced to adapt to the dating adaptation culture despite having previous dating experiences. And according to Leong 2015, the benefits of successful and social relationships helps international students to make meaningful connections that they could use to adapt to the local dating, to the local environment, which is the Canadian society. So next, so for my review-related literature about dating preferences and challenges. So a study done by Wu, Garza, and Guzman in 2015 in the United States, they found out that most international students, with regards to their dating experiences, experience language and cultural differences. And the one in the United Kingdom was done by Houska 2017. He said about the opposing date expectations among British guys and international female international students, in which on the first date, most British guys would initiate sexual intimacy, but most female international students doesn't allow that. And then the study done by Ritter 2015 among East Asian international students in America, he found out that most female international students have a so-called racial hierarchy, which is based on the American racial landscape. The whites occupy the top as the most desirable people to date, and the bottom would be the black, which are the less desirable people to date. Again, this doesn't generalize all international students. This one is just a study that's been done by Ritter in an American university in California. Okay, for the first study, I want to discuss about the preferences, barriers, and coping challenges experienced by international students in relation to dating, and the research gaps. I want to bridge the gap by focusing on the Canadian context. So most research have been done about international student dating experiences in the United States, United Kingdom, but not a lot has been done about the Canadian context. And I want to focus on other international students aside from East Asian population. So for my methodology, I use a qualitative approach. So I had semi-structured interviews, and I use an inductive thematic analysis to analyze the major themes that I have based from the interviews. For the participants, I have 15 heterosexual students, 10 female, and 5 male. And I use snowball sampling. So I have interview posters here that I posted in the college boards, and I also use my social media accounts to recruit students from other schools. I have 6 from Columbia College, 4 from UBC, and then 4 from SFU. So most of my friends referred their other friends to participate in my study. So this one is voluntarily, they're not forced to join my study. And most of them have Asian, African, Latin American, and European background. So for my results, so again, I use an inductive thematic analysis approach to analyze the themes of my research paper. Okay, so these are the 7 major themes that I have. So first, for the dating preferences, I have racial background, parental influences, and media influences. And then for the dating challenges, I have language barriers, cultural differences. And then for dating adaptation or coping strategies, I have open communication and open-mindedness. So first is racial background. So all participants, all 15 participants mentioned about they prefer dating someone from the same racial and cultural background to avoid language differences and cultural differences. It's both a mix of a practical and comfortable decision, because if you have previous experience of dating someone from their population who have the same language as they have. As I quote, Garvin, an international student from India, mentioned that he preferred dating Indian girls because aside from there's a lot in Vancouver, he had an experience of dating Indian girls before. Interesting. And Diana from Colombia mentioned about the stereotypical qualities of Canadian guys. She said that Canadian guys, although not generalizing, Canadian guys are somewhat cold. They're unaffectionate, just different from what she experienced in their Latin culture in Colombia. So second theme about dating preferences, parental influences. So 12 out of the 15 participants. For this team, parental approval is necessary for them about their dating parents. As we all know, most of us, we are supported by a family when it comes to financial stability, and most of them would require parental approval for them to allow their allow their dating partners. And one of the participants named Cosette, she's from Africa, mentioned about parental approval is necessary for her and the dating partner to move forward in the relationship. So if the partner is not approved, they could only stay at being friends. Oh, that's sad. The next one is Thacker. So Thacker prefers sharing about her dating experiences only after a year of meeting each other. So after a year of having a stable relationship, that's the time that she will share it to her family or her parents. So next, in the dating preferences, media influences. So popular culture, media representations affects the students' understanding of love and romance. Some of them have a higher dating expectation from what they see in the movies and TV series and vlogs. So we have Jessica from India as well. In Bollywood, if you see movies, they're a couple dating. And they're happy, they're going well, but in reality, that's not what about dating in a relationship is all about. True, right? And then we have Joy, who mentioned about the racial hierarchy and media influences, in which I agree that she was influenced, I quote, she was influenced by media before. As you all know, the whites occupy the top tier, they're the most desirable people to date, but apparently they're not after all. She was exposed to the beauty of Asian guys in Vancouver. There's a lot of Asian guys in Vancouver. And then for the dating challenges, language barrier is the biggest challenge of most international students in regards to their dating experiences. Having the lack of fluency in the English language undermined their capacity of full expression to their partner. Luis, he's an international student from the Philippines. He said that there's some Filipino romantic words that has no conversion in English. So the feeling is different when you say it in English as compared to speaking in Tagalog or Filipino. And then we have Yumi. She's an international student from Japan. She said, I quote, "The first guy I dated often made me mad, but I didn't tell him why I was mad because I didn't know how to tell it because of my poor English. So full expression is limited because of the language barrier." Then we have George. He's an international student from Spain. So he mentioned that most Canadians would assume that international students would understand or would relate to slangs, but apparently some of it are offensive, some of it are unrelated to what he had experienced in Spain. So next dating challenge is cultural differences. So most international students mentioned about the casual, and the fast-paced dating culture in Vancouver. So Kyle, he dated a girl. He's from the Philippines as well. He mentioned that the girl that he dated doesn't want to take the relationship seriously, which is different from what he experienced. The girl just wanted to focus on the present rather than focusing on the future romantic stage. I think in the Philippines, it's more of dating, it's getting to know the partner because you have intentions of marrying her one day. You want to have a romantic relationship with a boyfriend, girlfriend relationship. But here in Canada, they just want to focus on the present. They just want to take it one step at a time, take it casually, not too serious. And then we have Joy, mentioned about the different expectations related to dating. I quote, in Nigeria, generally no hookups after the first date. You have to wait like after 5 to 7 days, usually a month. You're having a sex with that person. Here, some guys initiate sexual intimacy right after the first date. So yeah, there's a difference with regards to different expectations relating to sexual intimacy. So next is dating adaptations. So these are the coping strategies they use to adapt to the local dating culture. So open communication, both with the partner and the parents. Sorry, both with the partner and the social circles or friends. With regards to Gabriela, she communicated with her social circles to so that she could apply their experiences as well. They're successful when it comes to adapting it to the local dating culture, and she used it to adapt her own dating culture as well. And then we have Nelson. He's from China, from UBC. He mentioned about communicating towards a middle ground, compromising differences of each other in order to balance the needs and ideals of each other. So he mentioned about reaching a common ground that they would both understand and they would both benefit from each other. So second most important adaptation is open-mindedness. Being open-minded and having this right mindset to embrace uniqueness, our own uniqueness and differences of each other, allow them to adapt to the Canadian culture. And I quote from Crystal, being open-minded allows her to know other people, and because of that, she has the confidence to embrace other cultures. And according to Thacker, being open-minded, embracing others' culture, doesn't mean that you're gonna forget about your culture. It's more of integrating, having this past experience of yours and having this present culture that we have right now. And then for the discussion part. So common dating challenges among Canadians are similar as what we had in the previous features, is similarly language barrier and cultural differences. Interestingly, those students coming from a predominantly English-speaking country and have an understanding of the Western Canadian cultural norms, such as Luis from the Philippines and Tucker from Belize, they experience lesser negative dating experiences because they have better knowledge of the language and the culture. And second is no racial hierarchy. So I mentioned it in the related literature that in the United States, most students prefer have this so-called racial hierarchy, which is related to the American racial landscape. But in Canada, since we have people with cultural diversity and we have multicultural heritage, there's no so-called racial hierarchy found among the experiences of international students. So the Canadian environment provides different mindset to students. And lastly is cultural adaptation. It's the important coping strategy that international students use to adapt to the local dating norms. Through those social circles, as I mentioned, to friends, to personal development, and also to having social circles related to race, interests, and also other like academic majors. For the recommendations and limitations. So my study is limited with the participants. So in the future, I would suggest looking at queer and non-heterosexual international students. Of course, dating experiences difference among gender orientation. And it's also limited to colleges and universities in Vancouver. So future studies should look at other provinces as well. As you all know, it's because of regional differentiation, there's a difference in the culture of the western side in Vancouver and also in the eastern side. So we have Toronto, we have Newfoundland, they have different culture there as well. And then also I would suggest in future studies, he or she should do quantitative approach, survey a large number of participants to confirm what has been found in qualitative studies. And then for review analysis, so I only had like a week to do the interviews and a weekend to do the thematic analysis. So if ever given the opportunity, I would love to review the data, and I might come up with different teams, more teams that would be beneficial for future research. And also collaboration with counselors for support programs. So one of my main aim is to understand the experiences of international students that counselors and psychologists in colleges and universities could use so that they could relate to the experiences of international students, and what has worked for other students, they could use it for other students as well. And then for my main takeaway, this is from Thacker, it's about never chasing another person because you want to adapt to the culture. I quote, I would tell them that ultimately though, they should still stick to their values and experiences for a relationship. There are so many options to choose from that you don't really need to give up your values and stance for a relationship, because eventually you will find someone that is willing to offer what you're searching for. So this is the message for us international students. So you should never, of course, you have to adapt to the Canadian culture, but you shouldn't over-adapt. You should never change yourself because the right person, the right man or woman will rise up to meet your standards. Thank you so much. So you can the references. And any questions?
We'll take questions at the end.
Okay,
So,
cool.
thank you very much. And our final speaker for this session. And our final talk on the role of truth commissions in contributing to the peace restoration of Somalia.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Well, basically, my name is Afnan, and I do international relations in Columbia College. So, through this presentation, we'll look at the role of truth commissions, and actually, truth commissions are a branch of transitional justice which really advocates for peace achievement, for peace restoration, and bringing justice in societies that actually experiences war. So it could be human rights abuses, it could be, well, basically they look more at the people who are violated in human rights genocides. So before we actually go more into it, let's look, and actually through this presentation, I'm looking much more in a country called Somalia. And of course, you all know Somalia, and you know where Somalia is. And Somalia is actually is one of the most important examples that people take for civil wars. So Somalia is actually located in Eastern Africa, and it was also founded in 1960. And let us stick more, or maybe start a little bit in here, this event in 1991. And in 1991, actually, one day, actually Thursday night, the whole world wake up in the outbreak of the most offensive, what I say, like most crucial civil wars in the world. Thousands of people were just in one day displaced. People have fled the country, and they were all sent to refugee camps in neighboring countries. Within less than 2 months from the outbreak of the war, 2 million people were displaced, while 800,000 people were refugees in refugee camps. So actually, if you look more on what truth commissions do, they basically do what this guy does. And if you know this guy is Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes actually, he goes after criminals, and his job is actually investigating truth. So truth commissions and non-judicial inquiries, they seek truth and they bring justice. So they seek truth in looking for the victims. So actually what they do is first they look at the what. So what has been done and what happened, atrocities and genocides and civil wars, and who. So they look for the victims, and they also look for the criminals. So the challenging part in Somalia here is we have a country that was separated and it was split. And when the country is split, thousands of people who really worked for the government were actually charged to be taken back in the genocide. But they are not addressed now, and they are not recognized today as criminals because they are not truth commissions. They are actually they were not even taken to court. So today we actually have people who really survive in this world, who are really criminals, and they really committed genocides, but they really haven't done anything. But they just live like normal people. And we also have victims who have testimonies, who have stories to tell, but no one had listened to them. And if I actually ask you a question over here now of what is Somalia, you would just tell the definition that's really written in your books, in your textbooks, in the I guess all of you have taken quantitative political science and history, but Somalia is more than that. It is untold stories. There are people who are lived, who are killed, who went through criminals and dead civil wars, but no one really knows nothing about them. And if you look at those people, these are faces to remember. But actually, in their faces, some of them survived today, and some of them died. And their stories, they really need to be told. If you know this girl, her name is Almas Elma. She was a Somali Canadian journalist, and she also worked for human rights. just in October last year, she went back to Somalia. She was making a documentary film about what really happened in Somalia. But during her investigation, she was assassinated and she was killed. And she was killed because she was seeking truth. She was killed because she wanted to tell people about what happened. But Somalia is not like that. You are not allowed to tell the world outside what happened because testimonies has to be untold. This other girl, I think you all know her. She was also a journalist in Canada. Her name was Hodan Nawaya. She was also Somali who fled the civil war in 1989. She was based in Toronto. She was also a storyteller, and she also founded a television called The Integrator, who was based in Australia. And in July, she went back home, and she was supporting her husband, who was actually running for elections. So she used to make videos and films about telling people about her story back home. But suddenly, she was assassinated. The tricky part here is that neither the government nor any transitional justice communities really investigated more on why she was killed. She was killed, and people really has pointed out on the some groups that were really affiliated with terrorism that will kill Hodan Nawaya. But the fact is that terrorist group is really tried to be taken back in the civil war in 1991. Again, so far we have to look at the victims, we look at the testimonies they were supposed to be told. But today we will also look at the criminals, people who really committed genocides in this work. And let me stop and tell a story. And this is why I believe that it's very important for truth commissions to be established in Somalia. Because, what they say that the war actually, and we have a war, is not to tell who's right. Is to tell actually who survived and who remained and who told and actually what really went wrong. So what you see here, this memoir is actually an airplane that's really based in Somaliland, and Somaliland is actually the northern part of Somalia, who is separated from the southern part. So this airplane was actually used by the state government of Somalia, to commit the genocide against the local people who actually live in the northern part. And the captain of this airplane actually survives today. Luckily, he's really recognized by a war criminal by the Human Rights Watch, but he actually seeks an asylum in Kenya. And what happens, like people like me, people who were born after the Civil War, I was born in 1999, and the Civil War happened in 1991. So all I carry, the memory I carry from the war, is what my parents went through, is what my grandmother has went through. But it's really tricky when you don't know actually the people, like your mother, your grandmother will tell you what they went through, but they want to tell you that guy, and that guy, he is a picture of people who really killed people. So I lived in Kenya for 5 years, from 2014 to 2019. And I really went to school, a language center school, where I was preparing my ALS. And there was that guy with a long beard who really seemed to be a very old guy. And I just used to say, oh, hi, and he was Somali too. So during the break, we would just come and have nice talks, and we would talk. So it turns out that I'm from the northern part, where actually most of the people were killed, and the people who the genocide were committed against them. And he turned out to be from the south, who really so we had a circle between the north and the south. And guess what? That guy is actually Morgan, and if you just find who Morgan is, he was actually the captain of this airplane. And he was actually the son-in-law of the president of Somalia, Mohamed Siad Barre, who was actually killed more than 200,000 people. And me, imagine the person who came protest from across the border and being the people who really, the genocide was committed against, we don't even know, generations, not only my generation, generations after will just come in one day, and you will just remember these stuff as stories that have been told and passed, and no one used to remember. And what's actually more than that is that in this place, just a few kilometers away here, we have and if I just explain more on the role of truth commissions, or if we establish truth commissions in Somalia, how will that contribute to it? First, that will really help in peace restoration, that peace will be restored, and maybe maybe because now we're like a central authority in Somalia, it will really help us to recognize the semi-independent country, Somalia. And then we also have to reconciliation. Because imagine a society that lives today in the memory of fragments, memory of testimonies and atrocities, and like memory of images of their parents, their ancestors being killed, and also images of people whom they met for the past day, and they are realizing that these people have also stories in their minds of that have been contributed to kill people. It's really hard, and I think that's why in Somalia we have unstable state. We always have, all the time we are riots. We have it's unstable because the two countries, the northern part and the southern part, has not yet came to a point where they said now, 30 years after the Civil War, what should we do? Basically nothing. And actually, so that was all I have for it. And I really accept from here that truth commissions will not only help in investigate the truth, but it will also help in build Somalia, restore peace, and reconcile it. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Okay, so can we give all of our speakers a big round of applause? We covered a range of topics in terms of global justice, from women's rights to violence and genocide to dating as international students and truth commissions. And I like how the presenters also tied in personal experience with ethnographic interview methods. It was really impressive. So we do have some time for questions. Questions can be directed towards one speaker or more generally. So does anyone have a question or comment on what we heard today? Yes.
So, can we have the speakers in front?
Of course. Can I have all the speakers come join me up at the front? That way the people connecting with us virtually downstairs is listening.
Okay, so my question is for the last presenter. And you actually presented a very interesting topic, and I also came from a country where there's a dark past, and we also have the street commissions.
We all share that.
So one of the criticisms against truth commissions is that it's a platform for the victims. So how can we overcome this perception of partiality so that whatever the truth commission finds out will have credibility? Because you know what they say, the truth commissions is all of the victims who comes there.
Yeah.
So if we want the truth commissions to become the official version of the truth, what really happens there, is there a way that we can actually, let's say, make it more credible?
Yeah. Okay. I'll go back to. I'll take it step by step. So with the victims, actually, the role of truth commissions is not just to tell the story and to tell us like who the victim is to tell us, like, by looking at the victim, at the person, you get a clear image of who's targeted. So you're not just getting to know who was targeted, like you're not getting to know this person, like Hoban, Nalay, or Almas, that people, you will get what these people share more. And as you go back to the background, or maybe if you just go just like one step more step back, you will realize that truth commissions will help us to give us like a clear image of the whole conflict, not only on the people. And having a clear image of the conflict will contribute to recorrect history and recorrect now what's going on and on that. I hope I really answered the question.
Yeah.
As well, like focus more on the victim also.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
So my question is for Aruj. I hope I'm pronouncing this correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. First of all, thank you so much for sharing such a sensitive topic with us. And so my question is, how do you think we could shed light on the bad cultural habits that have been passed through generations rather than just focusing it on the religion?
Actually, that's all the society thing created. They socially construct these all things that they don't have awareness what is correct in Islam and what is not. They just blame people. They do not give rights and stuff like that. So people all from other culture think that maybe it's the fault of Islam. So maybe we need to educate and give information to the people who are from Islam that this is correct way of going through. You have to do these. You have to follow these laws, and you have to give the justice to other. Just not blame that the woman have to stay and like that. Maybe I'm correct or not. Maybe.
It's your opinion, that's okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, I would like to direct this question to the person who, Neil Jason.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for that very interesting research. You actually conducted primary data analysis, so it stands out. Okay. And just as an additional depth to your research, did you what was the dating success of the participants? Because you asked them about what their dating preferences, dating challenges, but did you also do you probably asked them their dating success, and was there a difference between was race also a factor that like probably this group of people have more success in dating?
So actually, I focus on dating experiences, challenges, preferences, and coping strategies. But I was able to look at the dating successes. But relating to your question, I think that most, as I said, those coming from backgrounds that has previous knowledge of the cultural norms, have a similar language background, such as the Philippines, such as Tucker from Belize. They have previous knowledge about the dating cultural norms in Canada, and they speak English as well, although not as fluent as a local Canadian, but at least they have a background. So I think that affects their dating successes as well. So they do have lesser negative dating experiences. Thank you.
So my question for everyone except Mel, Mel mentioned how he would like to take his research further, what he'd like to do next with it, and I'd like to know from each of you what you'd like to do next with the research that you've done for today. What would be the next thing you would want to look at or understand better?
Actually, I did this research paper on my anthropology. I'm very interested in doing anthropology degree in university. So yeah, that's why it was my topic to look forward and see the things, removing my cultural shock and cultural lens to see what are the faults of my society and how can we say that these things do be corrected or not. That's what I mean.
According to me, I'm planning to participate in an event called Across Borders. That's going on in September based by SFU. So they actually help people to do more on the research. So I think the next step up just to now is to do more on the research, and then after that I will just look on like how to maybe take it up a level, maybe through the UN. That's not, but I'm not really sure. I have no official answer.
Okay, so I did the research, and over here in Canada, there are like many activists who are active right now on this topic. So I think before doing this research, I was really not aware of both the side of the stories. But after this research, I have like much very idea like where people stand and what kind of people are involved in this. So I think like further, like I'm a student of international politics, so I would further go in like and see what's happening right now in Canada and USA and especially in India, so that I could actively participate in these events.
Nice. Any questions?
My question is directed to the third presenter now. I understand that you had limited time to gather data to include the LGBTQ+ community. If you, in your future research, if you were to include them, what do you think will be the result of your research as an international student and also a member of the LGBTQ+?
That's hard to answer. I need to do research for that. I need to examine more population. But based on my experience, I think for most of in my community, I guess they would have perceived discrimination as well from other people. But that's lesser as compared to Canada because Canada is more open. We're more accepting towards people of different gender orientation. So I guess they would have lesser negative experiences and they would feel that they're more at home in Canada because we are very accepting. And I guess also with regards to the dating challenges and dating adaptations, usually from my community, they would use their friends and their peers to adapt, and they would use their experiences as well. So they would use their social connections to adjust to the local dating culture.
Thank you. Any other questions? I might ask a question. I don't mind stepping on your toes as moderator. I want to ask a question tying everyone's topics to the theme of the conference, so brighter futures. So I want to ask everyone, how can we, as a college community, help bring greater justice to the topics that you talked about today?
Well, bringing justice will actually help people, especially the young generations, people who are really born in a country that has been there's just a fragment today. And that will really help them today for them to take part, reconcile. For people like me, actually, what I have just seen in a lack of justice, what happened when I look at what happened to Elman, and when I look what happened to Nalaya, it's still what about my future? Because I want to pursue law. If people like them who are really seeking truth were assassinated and killed, then there's a threat to my future too. Why would I do law then if I would be killed? So bringing justice will serve as a bright future to us. To all people, to the young generation of Somalia, that they have the right to live in a built society, in a built country, and to do what they do, what they're passionate about life. I'm passionate about law, and we can't. My parents, my family tell me that doing the law and practicing that in Somalia is really hard. It's insecure for me, and that is why I'm really doing international relations now. But I still have the passionate of doing law, and also accessible in the criminology, and go back home and build what our parents and our sisters couldn't do because they just fled back home. Sorry if it's too funny now, but I'm really passionate what I want to say.
I think that people have awareness that Islam is giving rights to women, but also this is socially constructed things. So if something happened bad with your friend or someone who is belong to other culture too, you can say that you can raise your voices and you can encourage them. And there are many girls who I know in this college, they have faces many challenges in their lives, and also some of my life also face many challenges which I face in my life. I come over from these things. So I say that women have to give the right to speak up for themselves because they are human too.
Well said.
So I want to just tell a little bit of thing over here that we can see that over here many international students are from India. They are mostly from Punjab. So we can see that they come here for the employment, they come here for the education, because that is what they have not got in a good amount in India. So in India, the education system is not very good, especially in the Punjab area. There is no sort of employment that is required. So when we come to international Canada, country like Canada, so we expect education, good form of education and employment. So I think if the reconciliation would be there, then we would feel safe over here in Canada, and we also will see that our families are safe back in India as well. So if we think that we are living in here in Canada, we are more secure, then if there is no reconciliation, we can see we will be afraid to stay back in India. And we can see that again, if the violence is happening, maybe some other day again, the police officers might come to our homes and scare our families. So I think this reconciliation, this injustice should be given proper consideration, because that is where peace lies, and so that we all can live peacefully.
I think my research doesn't have about injustices, but relating to brighter futures, I would say that in my research, the main aim is really to shed light on the experiences of international students. Of course, we experience relational challenges as well, social challenges as mentioned before. And I think one of the main aim of my research is to aside from shedding light to our experiences, to serve as a guide for counselors and psychologists in the colleges. And this also I will share some message to you guys. I mean, if you experience any problems, any social challenges, we have counselors in the school you could talk to that would support you for any concerns that you have. And I guess with the dating experiences, I would just suggest, be yourself. Don't over-adapt. As I said, the right person and the right woman or man will rise up to their standards. So you don't have really to over-adapt. You just have to find a common ground. You would incorporate your past experiences with the present experiences that you have in Canada.
Thank you very much. One last round. All right, so that's it for panel 2, first of the day. We have a short break, and then the next panel sessions start at 11:20. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much. Still studying? Yes.
If you just want to change your mind, you can do that. So if you want to sit here, even if it's empty,
Yeah. Actually, that was right on time. Now.
You know what?
no,
I don't know.
Heavy topic.
And like first session.
Oh my God, I'm just gonna go and cry.
You're fine, they're all very passionate
Yes.
about their topics.
Yes.
That's my one message.
What can we do with it? Yeah, especially with the one in Pakistan, it's like because I'm Muslim and I get what she talks about. And it's very refreshing to talk about him.
Hello, how are you? Are you presenting or just,
I presented.
you already did? How did it go?
It helped me.
That's good. Awesome, that's good to hear.
Yeah, so.
How are you? I really appreciate that.
I'm just here. Yes.
But you're gonna demonstrate history.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't always.
We're gonna start doing the sketching.
Yeah.
So maybe you can help also like.
That's very interesting, yeah.
And if you want to switch, just basically ask the volunteers sometimes to be here if you don't want to stay here and do it yourself. Or if you want to stay here.
Yeah, especially with her, like, with her own personal experience.
So maybe now you're already here, and then when there's a
Yeah.
downstairs, just send them to the live streams, okay?
Yeah.
And we already have volunteers for that story. Oh, I'll come and grab the other, okay, I'll just check.
Happy moments, happy moments. Go watch my little pony or something.
I know, usually, on those happy days, I'm like, what
Okay, you have homework, is to go sit out in the sun for 20 minutes.
Yes. Happy day, happy day.
Go talk to I'm moderating, do you know, I'm in the red room, do you know where I need to kind of, this lovely spot over here?
This is set up for us.
Great.
We have signs.
Okay.
Directions. What I useful is letting the presenters know where you're sitting. You're sitting here, and that 5 minute part is kind of gonna be here, so they have to look over. Okay.
So, double check that your presenter's PPTs have been uploaded on the laptop in the room. That's here, I don't wanna touch anything from the outside.
So we are live streaming, so you can hear us downstairs. But there's a folder with this, and then all of the students.
They've already loaded their stuff.
Yeah, what I did is just I opened them, and then. Is there only 3 of them? This is my section.
Oh, okay, these are the old ones.
Yeah, someone.
You just moderated it before?
Yeah, okay. For their presentation, and if they do, make sure they use Internet Explorer and don't touch the live stream. Don't touch the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, so then just find the presentations that are on here and then open them. And then welcome everyone. I don't know who Jeff is. I'm supposed to introduce them. Anna, C, and Mark. So just introduce them. No? You just said no.
I think you judges in the back.
Okay. And then audience, just welcome everybody. Introduce the panel topic briefly, introduce the judges.
Oh, and other thing, jump over that. Yeah, this one, they like to. Try to encourage them to stand over here, who's left.
And if anyone's canceled, they'll say,
usually, the volunteers in blue shirts are pretty good about that. So one of my students. I felt the same.
Where did you get this book from?
But you know what? It's quite smart.
Okay. So they should all be in this limitless folder.
Yes. And if not, then they might have. They might be using something.
They're all.
Fine. Nice to see you.
What country?
Excellent. How are you? Oh, I did one more. Okay.
I attended the first semester of the year.
Yes, I remember. History 120. I do remember. I hope all the best.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, Anna, you're judge, right?
Yes.
I'm moderating.
Oh, I was just thinking about, so hopefully.
Judges will not be.
I think you might be in the back.
Okay, but later on, hopefully we'll not be recorded. I did
Plan to, I we can put some more fancy clothes in.
I think you just have to sit in the back.
Is the best for judges.
And I'm supposed to remind you not to deliberate about the presentations until after the students have left the room.
You're presenting today.
Yes, I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that.
Okay, so let's see.
Panel. Oh, so 11:20.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Good for you. Okay, shall we get the name? Okay, we don't want to just.
So it will go sequence.
Usually it goes in sequence. But we still want to check. So are you gonna be going in sequence?
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
That's what I did.
Just on the order that it's
Just so
listed. Can you check is your order the same as this one on that book?
Okay, so 5.
Yeah, those are in the order, but.
So we'll have to just pre-record.
Okay. If I can find one of these books, I'll just go by the book and then not the paper. You have an extra one?
You may go take it.
Okay, we take this. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I'll just do it in the order that it's listed.
I'm just audience now, so I can go.
Thank you so much. I don't have anatomy core presentation. I guess maybe trainers, unless he has it under something else.
Oh, maybe we should clean those or getting this.
Is this one mixed or this one here? Okay. Hi. Good, how are you?
Oh, it's good. Good. Awesome.
Yeah, we had a full room.
You did it early, right?
The first, so we had 4 presenters. And we had 5 scheduled.
Right.
So we ended a little bit early, but we had good questions. Yeah, and then the presenters were talking about difficult topics and using personal experience and ethnographic methods.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was a live stream, which is really interesting.
Yes.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
We're gonna send people in.
Oh, just make sure that when we have the live streams going on with the field, just make sure that they don't plug out or stepping on any of them.
If I'm missing a student's presentation on here, would I just, she's probably gonna bring it.
Yeah, just for it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, usually I try and.
Is this for working business?
This one is, it's the economy.
Awesome, yeah, I told them to get a copy in case there's a video.
Okay, perfect, I'll just make sure she is.
Yeah, shall we start doing switching in 1 minute?
So should start bringing students. I'm glad you're judging first, so that by the time we judge next time, you'll know, you can tell me what. Yeah. This is your warm up, right?
That's right. Well, actually, I watched the ones that were in here previously, so.
Oh.
if you could-
That's good.
So once the candidates leave they are going to discuss six. This one is not.
Yes, this one is, I noticed that too, this one is for.
Hello.
later.
सही गाड़ी की थी
Okay, so this one is new.
Can I get the pronunciation on your name?
I said last two. I feel like I always say Colebrook, which is wrong. If you think Colebrook is fairly close, so
I want to pronounce it correctly, so. And yourself?
Mark Friesen.
That's crazy.
actually, I was in my mind mispronouncing your name.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
It's good here.
Yeah.
I feel like I called you Colebrook the whole time, but I
It's
thought I
fine.
might have been wrong.
It's fine. When you say the right, people like to how to write it down.
Yeah.
If they say
Hello.
We're talking
And you got the forms, right? So it's 2 forms, right? Creative and there's slides.
So this yeah, so we're all doing these right here.
Yeah, we're doing Mr. Chen.
Yeah, so the creative referring.
Which room are you?
Oh, we're in the live stream. We're already switching.
What is this live stream?
Focus.
It's gonna be shown on the live stream.
Look at the board. Hajar.
Hello.
सर ऊपर जाओ पांच होना
I had that same question. Oh gosh. No, it's just.
Where do you view from? Where do you view it from?
Volunteer?
Where do you view?
Someone, yeah.
Room. Somewhere in the first
Well, is it cited on papers?
Should we ask? I feel like we should.
Sir, you want me to do the
Yeah, but I see, I didn't do this.
Manfred.
Sorry, should I get the blind?
It might be better if they got PowerPoints maybe, so that it's a little.
The natural lighting is lovely. Yeah.
I'm just.
Yes.
Oh, is that for people's tags?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Olympic. What was it?
What's wrong with you? You don't like nature?
No, just declare that we have the fancy PowerPoints. I know how it is. So did I sound really sarcastic on the phone? I don't know why everyone was laughing. I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny.
No, it's
We're gonna have a little bot speaking.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, no, in the room, because it was pretty intense. And then it was like, what kind of people were like shocked and then other questions, and you're like, I'm good.
Oh.
Like, sign me up.
Well, it's funny because everything somebody was saying that I didn't talk about. Yeah.
I told people to. I'm not always.
This reminds me.
You good? Staying healthy?
I was and you know what, yeah, he says, I can hear everything, I'm fine. If you're
Yeah, apparently.
like,
Yeah, I got
it was weird,
No, you can.
You saw yourself.
no, just nice. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of delayed. Yeah.
Are you one of the presenters?
Yes.
Yes, you guys are gonna go second. Yeah, but I haven't seen the person yet, so. What's your name? Jasmine, okay, here we go, wait, yeah, one. Clicker? Oh, good question.
Yeah.
Crystal, do you know if is there a clicker, or has there been?
Oh, I have one upstairs. I can go get it.
I can use one for them.
You can go find it. I'll be right back.
And your presentation is just loaded over here. Okay. Hey, how are you? Virtual hug. Virtual hug. Doing okay?
Yeah, what about you?
Good. Yeah, good.
Good to know that.
Hanging in there. Yeah.
We can go
Ali.
I know. Last time, okay?
You have a presentation? I'm just watching.
Well, that's my alarm.
I know. And it's like this place.
No, here. Here. I'm way too tall, you wouldn't see. Can we just go to the third at least?
You can help me carry it.
Yes, I can help you. Whose stuff I don't?
So many.
I'll just put it in my bag.
Okay, that's good.
Just let me know.
Thank you, that's so helpful.
Just keep this for the rest of the day.
So just leave it here. I think I have it.
Just you take this out.
Take it with me.
So-
Or I'm in here after. I'm judging after. Take it with me.
That's all day. I'm gonna be gone.
Okay, so I'll just get it from and this little plug thing goes with it.
Yeah.
Remember.
Are you okay?
Do you want to conference everybody? How is programming on Mars and
This stuff looks pretty good. We used to hear a lot about her in psychology. I feel like I have to know.
you know, when I first started teaching here, she was a little baby.
Yeah.
It's your first. All the students said, like, I feel like I'm her uncle. Pretty much.
I feel like I have to know.
She's a real big.
No issues with it at all.
I think you showed the video, right?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'm for educational. Yeah, no, we don't really because we have three. Did you see that they go to students in that whole school, so make sure you have to walk. Make sure you give them some.
I am. Yes, I'm good. You know, it's my first time, so I'm just making sure I aggressive, are you? I haven't seen one of the presentations. Oh, I must start in 1 minute. Should I be like hard 1 minute? No, just keep oh. All right. There's no. Thank you, Sarah. See you later.
That's why
Yeah, I think I haven't seen the first and her presentation's not here either, so I'm not sure if she's coming. I did see him, and oh, perfect, okay, and Jeffrey's here, so and Clement is here. I don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, I'll go. Should I hold off just a minute, just to see if we can find them?
Excuse me.
Yeah, you guys.
Okay, sure.
Is there just, is there a percentage? Should I wait for the last two presenters or just? She was just gonna go look for them and then.
Please
Go ahead and start. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Sarah. I'm your moderator for today. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. And we've got a great session coming up right now for you. The topic is, it's the economy, stupid, adapting the modern workplace. So we've got some great sessions coming up ahead. I'd like to start by introducing our esteemed judges in the back over there. We've got Anna Chillybrook and Mark Friesen, and they're your judges for today. Okay, so let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to remind all presenters that you have a total of 10 minutes. That's from setup presentation to takedown. I'm going to be sitting over here in the corner, reminding you at the 5-minute mark and at the 1-minute mark as well. So make sure while you're presenting, you just kind of keep your glance over here as well. But we should be fine for time other than that, okay? During the session, I'd also like to encourage the audience to hold your questions until the very end. After everyone has presented, if there's time, we can take questions from the audiences and from the judges as well in more of an informal Q&A session, okay? Also want to encourage everyone to attend the awards ceremony at the end of the day as well to see our winners presented their awards and yeah, just to stay throughout the whole day as well. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we'll begin. We're going to go in the order that it's been printed in the book. So I don't believe Navneet Kaur is here. Is that correct? No? Okay, so we're going to skip to the next presenters. We have Ria Satishbai. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Is that correct? Yeah. And Juan Antonio Gonzalez. And they are going to be presenting on cultivating a culture of feedback, how perspectives can cause improvements. Okay, welcome them, please. Thank you. Yes, Crystal's got that set. Just let me know later. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juan Gonzalez,
And I'm Ria Patel.
and today we'll be presenting on feedback. But before we get to our topic, I like to think of this following situation. So the semester has ended. Grades are being posted. Students are getting ready for vacations. But before this happens, we have to fill in a survey where we evaluate one of our instructors. And although we appreciate this opportunity that's given to us to give such helpful tool as feedback is, we believe that it can be given in a better way. Why do I say this? Because it's very hard for us to evaluate a whole term by answering just a few questions and Sometimes I cannot even remember what I had for lunch. So just imagine how difficult it is to just in 10 questions summarize everything that happened. For this reason, the feedback that's being given is not effective enough and it's not applicable enough. And for this reason, we're presenting on how to make feedback reach its full potential. My partner, Riya Patel.
And the three main keys for feedback to be effective is specific, given constantly, and not only negative, but positive. How to give students specific feedback that actually helps them. To tell a student, great job is, or this needs work, is a missed opportunity. When you tell students, great job, they don't know what they are great at. So when they have an assignment, the next assignment, and they didn't perform well, and they feel like when an instructor gave me great job, what did I lack? What did I do wrong? Because you're not being specific on what skill did you lose or what did you go wrong at? And that's why we use we have a model called situational behavior impact. It talks about how the situation and how certain situation and behavior has an impact on the certain
The person that will be giving the feedback.
And next, we have how the feedback should always be timed. When a feedback is timed, like let's say after a meeting or after a class, teachers you cannot interrupt teachers when you have a question. So when students want to ask a question, they should always encourage themselves and ask how to perform well. Let's say after a semester, we all have surveys and they don't know when to work well. So I feel students should be encouraged to have surveys every week to show their instructors that.
So now I'm going to talk about on how feedback should not only be focused on giving negative, but also on positive. It's very easy to see something and see all of the negative things and say you need to do this, you need to improve this, but it's not as easy just to highlight the things that actually worked. And the problem is that, for example, in an essay, correcting all of the mistakes can make the essay be adequate, but it will not be an essay that will transport you. It will not be an essay that will inspire you or motivate you. By looking at the students' strengths, or employees' strength, teachers' strength, or employers' strength, we are going to excellence. Because although everyone can have good grammar, not everyone has a single thing that will make them different. And this is what should be also highlighted for people to know what should be repeated instead of not what should be corrected. Now, to conclude, feedback may seem a little bit more complicated now than it used to be, but we believe that the opportunity to help others develop and become more effective, it's worth the effort. Thank you very much, and I hope that today you were able to learn a little bit more about how to give effective feedback.
Wonderful, that's wonderful. Great, thank you. So we'll save all the questions till the end, the very end, okay? Yeah. Great, thank you so much for that thoughtful presentation. Next up, we're going to have Harmanveer Singh presenting on change in climate becoming a serious, wicked problem.
Good morning everyone, my name is Harmanveer Singh and I would like to talk about the topic change in climate turning into a serious wicked problem. First of all, I would like to talk about the wicked problem. What is wicked problem? Wicked problems are the ones that are never ending and it is a social problem that is very complex. Wicked problems are social planning problems that are ill-defined and associated with strong moral, political, and professional issues. Now I would like to talk about the characteristics of wicked problem. Wicked problems have no ending stopping rule. They have no definite problem. Wicked problem is always unique, and wicked problem offer no ultimate solutions. Every wicked problem will lead to some other wicked problem. Now I would like to talk about how is climate change a wicked problem. Climate change remains highly controversial as no one is supporting each other. The different stakeholders, they have different point of view on climate change, as they have their own point of view. They are having conflicts with each other. The ones who the conflicts the parties that have conflicts are the scientific communities, politicians, politicians of various countries, large corporations, small to medium sized enterprises, industries, and social activities. Now I would like to discuss the case of 2019 conference, which discussed Kyoto Protocol and the other agreements under negotiation. Stakeholders appear to believe that the apparent rational linear solution of setting targets for reduction of emission and cutting back on the use of fossil fuels are the key means by which the climate problem can be took over. But still there were conflicts, and these target imperatives are clearly not working. Further,
You go to your last slide. You want to just go to the one? Thank you.
Furthermore, they are not viewed by all the stakeholders as appropriate solution. They are having regularly different suggestions about this, and some countries are even ignoring this. In addition, these efforts do not entail the radical changes necessary to tackle climate changes. Like all the other problems, this problem is also unique. As like all the other problems, climate change is very difficult. As even for the positivists, this is also very difficult. They can predict some other problems, but this climate change problem cannot be done by using some calculations or other figures. So this is even getting difficult for them. Communicating the climate change knowledge to public is very difficult, and knowledge of climate change translate to human behavioral change. So this is like this. It is very difficult for them to explain the public how is this problem being faced. So if we look more deeply into the cause, theorists identify a set of very complex systems among every country, which creates a mess and hindrance understanding of certain problem. There is lot of fragmentation as there is lack of understanding and communication among the stakeholders. As talked about the conference, due to conflicts, many problems have come into existence as they are regularly having conflicts, and due to that, they are not ready to cooperate and coordinate with each other. Furthermore, I would like to talk about the CO2 as CO2 for living a good life on Earth. CO2 needs to be decreased, but it is still increasing, which is also leading to global warming and the melting of ice. The melting of ice is also releasing very harmful gases, which due to which the sea level is also rising, and the glaciers are melting at an immense rate. Oceans are, due to which oceans are observing more acidic rates, acidic form, which is affecting the food chain of oceans too. Furthermore, the areas that see more of the rainfall are getting more wet, and the ones that are dry are getting more dry, which is causing the floods and droughts. Now I would like to talk about some of the examples. as predicted by the theorists, Ghana will be facing stress of water by 2020 to 2025. Furthermore, with proximity to Arctic, Alaska is warming twice as the US, and at least 31 towns have been named as the place at immense risk of destruction. There is also one village in Alaska where polar bears come to land with their cubs, and that place is known for tourist attraction. And but sadly, that place too has become have been messed up and have become a kind of the polar bears have become refugees to that place, because the place they used to live have been depleted, where they used to hunt seal for their survival. So these are the examples of the climate change, and still there is no stopping rule, and the problems are keep on coming more and more. So in the end, I would like to say climate change is regularly getting even worse, and there is no control on it, and has turned into a serious wicked problem. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Harmanveer. Okay, next up, we're going to have Jaspreet Kaur presenting on gender inequality in Hollywood, the underrepresentation of women in the real world.
It's coming.
There we go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jaspreet, and I will be talking about gender inequality in Hollywood and the underrepresentation of women in the real world. We're going to start with the introduction and some of the reasons to why women are underrepresented in Hollywood, and some of the statistics and examples to support those reasons. And finally, we'll end with the solution. Okay, so as we all know, Hollywood is the center of filmmaking. It's one of the biggest industries in the entertainment business, and we know so many famous celebrities from Hollywood. But the thing that most of us don't know is that women are constantly being underrepresented through, one, directors assigning them negative roles mainly because of their age. Second, there are very few women behind the camera roles who are able to represent women as they are. Women are constantly being represented as shallow minds. And third, the unbelievable pay gaps between women and men as actors and actresses in Hollywood. Let's talk about age. What is age? What do you consider old? What do you consider old? What is the age that you consider old? Yeah?
60.
60? Yeah, fair enough.
20.
20! Oh my god! Okay. 50 above. 50 above? Okay. 65 above. 65? I agree with that, yeah. I consider 65 as old. But yeah, Hollywood, that's not the case, right? Once you turn 40 and you're a woman, trust me, your career is downhill from there. Yeah? Women constantly get roles such as grandmother and mother once they pass the age of 40. But it's not the same for men. Men are allowed to choose whichever role they want to play. But women are not. The second thing is that men can engage in romantic and sexual activity, but women, they cannot, since they're no longer attractive or young. Wealth increases with age when it comes to older men, but older women, wealth does not increase. 50% increase in the industry for older men, but older women, there's a 78% decrease in the industry. Age is a very negative factor when it comes to women in Hollywood. For example, this is the movie Alexander in 2004. Angelina Jolie was 31 and Colin Farrell is 30. But she had to play mom to a 1-year-old younger son. I mean, come on. But compared to this movie, The Rum Diary 2011, where Johnny Depp is 48, but he engages in a romantic activity with Amber Heard, who is 25 years old. Yeah, and that's a massive age gap, 23 years. It's pretty big. And then the share of women behind the camera roles. I mean, how many of us even know women directors who have been, who are up there, who are on the top? And when I use the word director, the term director, what comes in your mind? Like, how would you describe a director? Any guesses?
Bossy.
Bossy, yes, bossy. Is it a man or a woman? Do you see a man or a woman? A man, right? Maybe an old man? Yeah? Yeah, exactly, old man. Hollywood is a very male-dominated industry. Everything is almost ruled by men, right? Women only make 18% of producers, of writers, editors, directors, cinematographers, right? Women don't even have the chance to come in front and direct because they literally like this is women over here. The blue bars, that's the amount of women we have in the Hollywood as behind the camera roles. But all these red bars, this is men, right? And because of that, women are constantly being underrepresented because they're seen through a male gaze. We don't have enough women in Hollywood who can represent other women on television as, as what they are. I mean, they're so much more deeper than just talking about men, about like talking to each other about men in the movie, yeah, or being represented as emotional. There's so much more than that. For example, okay, apart from the underrepresentation, there are some female actresses who feel very sexist towards them because of the male domination in Hollywood. For example, when Emma Watson said, I have experienced sexism in that I have been directed by male directors 17 times and only twice by women. It's crazy. Last but not the least, let's go to the pay gap. Pay gaps is a major issue in almost every industry, almost every company, but also in Hollywood, yeah? Females are paid 56% less compared to their male counterparts, 56% less. For example, in 2013, the highest paid woman in the film industry was paid $181 million, compared to the male co-star, the highest paid male had $465 million. That gap, it's like there and there. Another example, a recent one, 2018's highest paid actress, Scarlett Johansson, made $198.5 million less than the highest paid actor, George Clooney. And looking at this picture, you can clearly see, I mean, she's a beautiful, young, attractive woman compared to an old man, right? I mean, like, she's still earning so much being this old and stuff, and I mean, come on. Right? And some of the solutions, more women as scriptwriters, more women as directors, producers, and cinematographers, and yeah, and what we can do is watch more movies directed by women. And okay, I just had another slide before this, but I think it's a different version. So women have directed movies, but they've only directed 4% of the top 100 successful movies. One of the examples is Kung Fu Panda 2. That was directed by a woman. 50 Shades of Grey. That was also directed by a lady. And also Twilight. That was also directed by a lady. And yeah, just need to support these women so that they're given more opportunity to come forward and direct. That's it. Thank
you. Wonderful. Thank you, Jaspreet, for that thoughtful presentation. Last up, we have Harmanpreet Singh, who's going to be presenting on business, practical ways to lead society.
Hello everyone, I'm Harmanpreet Singh here with you to discuss something on shiny business ideas. So first of all, I want to declare that it's all going to be practical ideas which we can apply or we can see in everyday life. With whenever anyone go to store, anyone visit to any personal store, personal business, corporation, or any another like anything related to business. So next is gonna be, so what is the successful business? Can anyone define just 2 or 3 words? So here I'm gonna say that a successful business will lead the society. It will make the way to live. So it will also have a steady change. So here is it can be any. So consider that the successful business not only that it is earning profit or making their pros and cons in society. A successful business is that thing which has a place in mind of people. People think that yeah, that's the thing. Whenever anyone discuss about computer software, the Microsoft come in mind first. So next is gonna be what affects any business to be successful, unsuccessful, to earn something in their whole career. So I divide it into four parts. Internal facts. Internal are those which happen in between the business, like how employees and their boss interact with each other, how employer look at their customers, and how employee handle their upcoming customer or guest to their store or to their corporation, to their building. The external factors. I think these are those factors which are including society and the geographical area, demographics, and some climate change. Moreover, the competitor of that area, which are competing with that business. Political factors, that's the most important part here, and some climate change. Moreover, the competitor of that area, which are competing with that business. Political factors, that's the most important part here. The politics play the maximum role there because import expansion of any career or any business depend on politics. What are the rules they make, and what are the freedom and the liberty they provide for their business, like how they present the ideas, which information they can present, which should be their secure information. So next is that's also important, go critical, because everyone say that in the academic part that study the books, read the demographics of last 10 years, which share increase, which decrease. It will give you idea what will happen in the next 10 years or 2 years. But that's not the real part, because go critical, it gives you the main idea what the people think right now, because today the life is very hard and also very fast. It changes a man can change, like everyone walk 2 steps, he can change his mind, because there are so many advertisements, so many options for everyone. So go critical and read the people's mind, not read the books. So internal facts, boss and employee. So here is the fact. Some bosses just say that just do this, these are your schedule, come at 8 a.m. and do this job, first clean the shop, and then make fresh coffee and face up the whole cooler. That's the part, because most of us do jobs here, and we also know that. So that's what it makes. It makes their thinking so shrink, because they can't, because it is not only the boss who can expand their business. A small employer who joined the first day here, who is working first day in any business, he can have a shining idea to make any shop more attractive, to attract more customers, to bring something new in their whole business. Next is the customer service. That's also again the important part, because let's take the example of Petro Canada, and it will give you the idea. Most customers come there in the early morning and they get the fuel and oil and coffee. So what it will make if the employee is very lazy and taking the customer in a lazy way, like not making eye contact, not saying good morning, that makes the negative effect. So be more optimistic. The representation of any idea. Like today, there are many newspapers, many online advertisement softwares like Facebook, Instagram, on which people pay money to represent their products to make more sales. There are some what you use in those things that makes the difference. Service and product modification. Here I want to say that the product modification means what are the deals and what are the other things like discounts you are providing. Let's suppose a competitor, he provide a discount on a product, 20% discount on this product. But on the other hand, one is there, he says buy the 2 products and get 30% discount. So here is the effect of margin and volume. He increased the volume rather than margin. And it is, you can calculate it, or you can also make, whenever the volume increase, the margin automatically will make difference rather than the first one. So increase the volume rather than margin. So external facts, globalization, the first and foremost step. Multiculturalism, multi products of the same functioning, many companies can affect this thing. Next is society's dominance. Think about the society. What does society think about you? What they want from your business. Some societies they don't want to lose their convention, to lose their culture. So like in clothing, that can play the good part. Next is the competition. What is the competition? And like I said in the last presentation about the discount, what is the competition near you? How another competitor is going to tackle the another problems and how you tackle the another problem. Next is geography. So and the social mass. So geography and social mass you can include in the same thing, because some businesses depend on geography, mostly the gas taxes, and in other taxes depend on this thing. Whenever the climate get cold, the taxes increase because the volume of gas increase per liter. That's why these all things happen with politics. These I already discussed that rules and regulations, but here is the most important. Here is the production and import and export. Production is at present. So I want to tell you the politics of BC makes the rule that the product of every smoke product and everything like cigarette and another thing should be in black packaging. There should be no photograph, just only name and some ingredients you can discuss on it, nothing else. So the politics affect more every business. So make your mind how you can tackle. Not think that the politics I have to change this. Just bring a new product that will affect the whole politics. Another thing. Weak review. So here is the most important is the implement on business, not on customers. So implement on business, not on customers. So I tell that think about what the customer wants from you. Don't think that I will give this to my customer, I will provide to. Don't say any customers get this, buy 2 products, get this discount. Think what they want from you. So that also affects very much. And that's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And so we do have time for some questions. And I'd like to remind everybody that you can ask questions to any of the 4 presenters, 5 presenters, 4 groups that did present today. So maybe presenters, you could just wave your hands where you are so that they can see you. put your hand up. Yes, I won't get you to come stand up in case that's embarrassing, but if anyone has any questions, they can ask any of the presenters.
I have a question for Jaspreet. So as you said in your presentation, like there's a low representation rate of female in Hollywood. I wasn't able to clearly understand what was the main reason why there aren't enough females who are more into like direction. As you said, there's like only 3% of the females that direct the movies, and then even like you can say like why? What are the main reasons there isn't any enough representation of females in Hollywood?
Thank you for asking the question. Okay, so I did some research, and it's mainly because women are not really given the opportunity to come forward. There are many women who want to become directors and everything, but then the studio executives think that they might produce films stereotypical, maybe too girly, or maybe, it's just not for men. So that can be one of the reasons to why they don't have that opportunity.
Yes, you did answer my back question. I have a leading question for that. What kind of opportunities do you think would be better, or you can say most appropriate for women to get their first foot forward in these kind of industrial sectors like Hollywood? What kind of opportunities do you think should be provided to females so that they can do whatever they want to do?
Behind the camera roles or on screen?
Both of them.
Behind the camera roles, maybe script writers, so that they can, and women, having women as script writers, so that they can, be able to present women as they are, as equal as they are. That will make a huge difference because it will reduce and avoid the male gaze. And on television, empowerment, like men normally talk about anything in the world, like business-minded and everything, but women normally don't, right? Women, okay, so there's this test called the Bechdel test, and that was done a few years ago, and where it was supposed to test whether a movie has two females, and whether they talk about something other than a man, talk to each other about something other than a man. So there are some movies that did not have two females, or if they did, they weren't talking, and that's why they failed. And the other thing was that they only talked about a man. So that's how they're underrepresented in most of the movies. So it's just that they need to get a step forward. Like they just need to be empowered and supported to, look the way they are. Women are so represented in that.
Wonderful. Would anyone else like to ask any questions? Yes, Mark.
Juan and Ria. I've actually got two questions. So the first question is, you described using surveys for students to give, and you mentioned, maybe students could do a weekly survey. Are there other ways that students could give feedback more quickly, like immediate, the way you described to teachers other than a survey? And then my second question is, you talked about the culture of feedback, here at the college. What about the workplace? What might that look like?
Oh yeah, so I'll stand up because I'll feel kind of weird like this.
Yeah.
So what we mean by that, I feel like a lot of students don't feel comfortable by giving feedback face to face, because we know that the instructor is the one that's gonna be their grade. Our grade is they are the ones that are grading it, right? So some students don't really feel comfortable by saying things face to face. So I feel like that's why surveys can be very effective. But totally, students should be encouraged to go talk to their teachers, and not only say I couldn't understand this. Maybe could you explain it in a different manner? Also say the way that you use that PowerPoint presentation, the way you use your statistics made me really understand the concept, or the way you use your flashcards or the worksheet that you gave us was very effective. And then the teacher can know that, okay, yeah, the worksheets really work. So I should start hanging it out a little bit more, and then students will understand a lot more. And then what was your second question? Sorry.
Just how culture of feedback, because you talked about doing it in a college.
Oh yeah.
What could that look like in a workplace?
Oh yeah. So what we thought about is how, for example, the relation between like a student to teacher can be quite similar to that of an employer and an employee, and how like, for example, a student to student is like coworker and coworker, and vice versa in terms of like employee to employer and teacher to and student to teacher. So we would go in the way that like in a workplace, I think that surveys can certainly be used, but I feel like because everyone should feel a little bit more comfortable with talking, and I think that comes also in the way the boss or like the main head of the organization is like leading the organization. That's why I feel it's such an important topic, because here there may be future bosses, right? So because of that, they should make people feel comfortable to go talk to them. And that would be it.
Oh, and I'd like to add up on him, when he's talking about the workplace, it's like if companies invest in feedback, it's like less cost effective. If you have good relationship with your employees and the boss, you're trying to like motivate your workers. You're not having like more costs like training workers. If workers don't like working at your place, they're going to be, let's say in your production house, in your factory, you're having workers not motivated enough. They're going to be wasting more stuff. So you're having more wastage stuff. It's like cost effective. So I think feedback should be more important even in college and at workplace. So it's like interrelated, because you're also saving up costs and building communication. Like good communication also helps the workers to like coordination. That's it. Thank you.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, I have a question for Juan and Ria again. So as you said, like regarding the feedback sessions, you said having surveys or these kind of things would be very beneficial as students they are usually in fear of like because it's their instructors who they are grading or like they giving feedback, so they have to like be concerned of their grades. My question is that I personally feel like if there's like one-to-one conversation between students and the teachers regarding the feedback, it's more effective rather than the surveys, because first of all, surveys take time and you don't know how long it's going to take for the teachers or the education system to actually execute new plans and stuff like that. But on the other side, if students, they are talking to teachers and teachers, they are talking to students, and having like just like a 5-minute session at the start or end of the class, so that they can execute better plans for the better education in the class at that point of time. Why can't they do that? Is it like a problem on the part of education system, or is it like the feedback survey, which people think is like more easier and faster way?
I completely understand what you're saying, and I think that like surveys can be useful if they are further discussed with the class, yeah. But the problem is that not all students really feel comfortable talking to their teacher, yeah. Like you may be very shy or kind of an introvert, and it can be kind of hard to speak up. So I think that those students should also be considered in that sense, because yeah, in a class discussion, many people will like share their opinion, and it can be very useful, as you say. I think it can be a very effective way, but also we have to consider the people that don't feel comfortable doing that. That sometimes can be quite the majority. Sometimes it's the minority. It depends clearly on the class, the instructor, and the student.
And also adding up on surveys, I feel it's quick enough. Like by the time the instructor waits for all the students, like maybe all students, you're saying 5-minute survey. We have a class of 30 students, and 5 minutes is less for every student to answer like questions. Because I think survey is going to be like a quick review, like what is easier for them to do, like what action can be taken for certain like problems we have in class. Is that it? Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, Mark.
From Amir about the climate change. So you defined, really like the definition of wicked problem, and climate change is a wicked problem. And you mentioned part of that is because human behavior has to change. our theme is, adapting workplaces. Is there anything we could do in workplaces to get human behavior to change?
Actually, there are some conflicts between the stakeholders from different countries. Like everyone is thinking their point of view is better than the other. So like this, they are not ready to listen to each other point of view. So like this, like instead of getting solutions to the problem, like their conflicts are arising more. Like instead, like for example, they have to talk about the climate change problem, but instead, they start giving their own suggestion, and then the other guy does not like the previous suggestion, so he tries to give his own suggestion. So like this, they run their own country, and they start like we can talk about the trade, like that can also affect their trade. Like when the problem arises, they do not have good conversation. So like this, conflicts are rising, and that is also leading to other problems rather than that being solved.
That's great. So focus on the right conversations like that.
Do we have any other questions? I'm gonna ask Carmen a few questions since he hasn't answered one yet. So your topic, business practical ways to lead society. What made you choose that topic? Are you planning on going into business, or where was the interest in that?
Mostly,
Yeah.
Mostly I see that whenever I have gone to many employers and teach with many businessmen. So I think that they are totally stick with rules. And they are stick with me coming at 8 a.m., going at 2 p.m. and doing those tasks, 1 hour for this, 1 hour for this, this, and that's all. So that's not the effective way, because it is not possible that employer would be there for every and each moment, and he can have another urgent part. So every employer and every employee, every man should be so critical and should be so he has such a kind of thinking that what makes the difference, what makes us different from society. And because there are some companies who are following the same convention, same rules from last 10 years, and they are on the same place, not growing, or it's not that the negative point. They are making same profit like 10% or 20% per month.
Stay the same.
Yeah, stay the same. But does it make difference for society? Does it make difference for them? They should do something new. What people expect. Because at present the online business are growing day by day, and in online you can produce a different kind of in just in 2 seconds. May change a word in any ad, and it can change the whole meaning of the ad, and it may also concentrate on any another religion. There are some companies and some movies also, like those are banned due to some religious, cultural, or some representation factors. That's why I think that there should be something different. Every man should have such a mind that he is the owner of business. He is starting from zero, and he want to go to up to 100 or over than 100. So that's why I think that there should be something new, not the rules one.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, this is going to be the last call, so only a few more minutes. Are there any other questions? Yes, Mark.
If there is time for Jaspreet, actually, I'm really glad. I was gonna have asked before the other question came up. I'm really glad you got to describe that Michelle test. Because reading about that, I hadn't heard of that before, so that was good learning. And I like how you didn't just say, "Hey, this is a problem in Hollywood," but you went into the causes. And I like how you described it. There's less women behind the cameras or behind the screen. Are there things that places like colleges could do to get more women behind scripts, behind cameras?
Maybe we post it.
Yeah.
Related to providing or directing or drama in general. Maybe that could be one of the things to do.
Great.
I believe that this motivation is there are very few colleges that actually offer this.
Yes, Anna.
I have a question. Can you give any statistics on how many women versus how many men, whether even if actually get a degree, maybe for directing or being behind the scene?
Okay, to be honest, I don't have the statistics, but in the video I saw where women talk about the gender equality, women actually do pursue degrees. There are many women out there with the degrees that they're after. But the problem with that is that as soon as they step into this profession, they realize it's a very male-dominated area, and whatever they do, whatever they say, they have to think really tough, right? Whatever they want to express, they think about it. But male in general are like too bossy, and then when they say something or direct, they are considered to be as too bossy. Like what?
Wonderful. Yes, last one.
Yeah. So in your solutions, you said that there should be more women behind the screen. So since it's a male-gaze industry, who is going to give them the opportunity to come behind the screen? Since mostly in today's industry, the males are the ones who you mentioned are the ones giving the roles to the women. So how will they get the opportunity when it's still male-dominated?
I mean, male should also give an equal opportunity to them as well, right? And even if there is, they need to have that chance to just come forward and represent women and be directed. And we just need to empower them, right? And there are some men who actually support women into such professions, and we just need to increase the number of them. It's not going to be anyone else or anyone superior or something. It's supposed to be the male counterpart and the co-stars who should be empowering these women. Come forward and discuss.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. I just want to close out our time together by saying a thank you to all of our presenters. You all did a fabulous job, and that's not an easy task to get up in front of an audience and present like that. So thank you so much. Also to our judges, as well as all staff and faculty who have helped and contributed to Limitless, and for all of you for coming today as well. So let's give a round of applause to everyone. Great. Okay, thank you so much, and I believe your next stop is lunch. Is it already? It might already be on here. It's like,
Yes, I don't need to like Tuesday
yeah, that's perfect.
Well, oh my god, I loved it.
Good job, guys.
So Sarah last time, she just said, okay, no, show up, whatever.
Yeah, I thought it was actually. So no, I read it in advance and made some notes to myself, and then I started pressing scroll through this stuff. And then I just, yeah.
We're in sort of exactly.
Okay, do you know who he gives this to?
Oh, no. This isn't even, this is on loan from a friend anyways.
That's really nice.
Yes.
If I find out, I'll come right back. So I think this camera thing was not pointed at the students most of the time. I think that's why Steve changed it. I think you couldn't see them.
Oh.
That's okay.
Actually, about citing the resources, I'm not so good at this because I'm a math teacher, so.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, totally.
I know,
Totally.
like roughly how it's supposed to be done, but
Yeah.
if there are any mistakes in citing, I would not know, so I'm not sure how to go there. Or did you give it 5?
Yeah, well, so why did I don't know, I never just looked, so I wasn't that technical or specific with the sources.
Okay.
Like, if they looked like they put some names in and some dates, and there were some at the end,
Okay.
then I gave it a good score. But if, see, part of the climate change, there was also like no sources, so I didn't put that at full.
Carbon free. He did, but the source is just one source.
Yeah.
So this is really, I don't see this, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I put that as one.
Okay. We cannot check the source, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So that's,
No, and I wasn't that specific, I just said.
now,
Actually, kind of the same thing with the work and business one, I gave that 1 for sources. I don't know why.
that's,
Yeah, the business.
that's one, it's the only one in business. It's the only one, we don't have another. We have climate change, yeah, there is the only one in business.
Oh, yeah, I put same as you. Yeah.
So this one, it's not a very strong one, but there are resources, so what do we give for this one? I just want to be consistent with this because it's,
I know, totally. See, I also put that as the 1, so maybe that's not fair.
Yeah,
Because you didn't have more, that's a good point,
sources,
especially. I'll bump it up to whatever you did.
you know, I think, because, and we cannot check, I can give just 5 because he did say this. And then, it's not a very strong one, but just regarding what I can put here, so here everything's cited, so I'm going to give, if there's one site, I'm just going to give 5. I don't know, yeah. I'm thinking just about the ranking, so my overall feeling is that this one is the weakest. So this one, even though there is only one source, my feeling is this one is stronger one. And I'm trying to I think this one is sorry. So my feeling is that business one is stronger than the climate change one. That's my feeling. Is it yours as well?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to put marks so this one would be actually ranked above.
Yes, so mine is the climate change, I've got 16 total, and then the business one, 18. Yeah, so that, yeah. So we do it that way, it's like, this is 4.
Have to have some of these down, so
Apparently you're supposed to hold on to it till the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Go across the street and then we'll come back.
But I just got an email from the other side. Eating lunch and Chinese food. So if you either want to eat in the fine or you just grab one of your shirts. I'm pretty sure it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're kidding me?
That's pretty bold.
I know.
Put a note and then show up next door.
I saw the email after I saw the student, so I'm like, I don't know if I should go get the student or just go
Yeah,
make sure it's the right student and all that.
Okay, see you back in a bit.
yeah, sounds good.
this is not very, let's say, very accurate from my side, but I think it's important that the overall score is kind of
Yeah, well, the top two ended up close, like at 30 and 31.
So which one is your,
The women in business,
that one is the winner?
for me, but I'm open to whatever.
So when I read your essays, this one was really, I really like this one. But when I read it, I was thinking about my mark, how my mark is made, it's only filled with positives. Actually, I was quite happy with this one.
Yeah.
This one, presentation was really great.
Yeah.
Jaspreet is really, she's very confident.
Yes.
Presentation
Yes.
was interesting, and once she was done, I was thinking, okay, this is the winner. But then, presentation is just part of this.
Yeah.
And in total, I learned more from this one than from this one.
Oh, interesting, yeah, which is, that's true, actually, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, no, and if I look at the content, I did have the culture feedback, that was higher than Jaspreet's paper.
Right.
You know, I had that higher, and then it was, well, yeah, the presentation, so one more here. See, it was only this one that I gave. A bit higher for how the information was presented than the other guys. I'm torn, I don't know what we really look like.
So from her part, well, there is some information there as well, but I wish that she put more like into investigating why is this the case, because we have to look how many people graduate with a certain degree and how many people apply for these jobs. Because it may be the case that there's a majority of men applying and then they're selecting, maybe it's not completely unfair. So that's another thing to think of. Of course, there is inequality. You can see this, I mean, from her examples. But I'm just wondering, like, how many women finish with degree in directing, in camera, in like.
Yeah, and then where it goes from there, it's true.
And then what happens, right? Because if, for example, if you look at men in maybe in engineering, if more men are getting the degree, then
There's gonna be
obviously
more men,
more
yeah,
men is
yeah.
going to be trying, so.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's something to, because I really liked it at first starting the reading. I thought, okay, she's just gonna talk about how the numbers are bad. But I did appreciate that she went deep to say actually part of the reason the numbers are bad is because there's no directors, right? But then you're saying it's like, well, that wasn't part of it, you know what I mean? Like, what's the reason for that, right?
Yeah.
Because so updated dig deeper. But my issue with Graham Patel, because even though the paper was better, I was like, okay, you're talking about our culture feedback. Well, I guess, you know what, though, they answered it very well. Because after reading the paper, I was like, what does this have to do with just adapting to the economy in the workplace? You know, like it wasn't very strong in the paper, because they were just talking about, hey, we came across like more opportunities in the college for students and teachers to interact. It's like, what does that have to do with workplace? But then they did answer that. They made a strong case when they answered about why, if it can happen here, it looks like the workplace or.
Regarding the presentation, she was very confident. She was confident more later when she was answering the question, but the presentation wise, well, I gave him 4 in total because he was very strong. One was very strong, Ria was kind of scared a little bit.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the difference here between say 4 for those two, and then for Jasper we got like 5 and then 4.
I gave her 5.
Yeah.
She was like, she's a super entertainer.
Totally. It was really good.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. So between those two, who do you want?
Let me give some. I like your paper better. Definitely curious.
You come in, yeah. Oh, you're too.
So 32, 31, and you're at
31 for Jasper, 30.
for them, so it's 62 and then it's high.
Oh, add them. Oh, is it a tie again? Add them on it?
I only add them up, right?
Okay, we have arm wrestle. Oh, these are hard.
She was really superb, like super confident.
Yeah.
It just, I learned more from the paper rather than from their presentation.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, it's true. You should have one stronger than the other. Oh, man. Oh, let me look at my notes. Well, I'd be willing to, I can budge. Because I already had them a little bit higher, but their paper was really strong, especially because I'm just reading my comments here. I don't remember that, but at first I was like, wow, this is a very long introduction, but it was after you read the whole first part, it's actually really good. You know what I mean? It ends with a very strong, clear, concise.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, if I put them at 5, that puts me at 31, so that I've got them tied, but then if we combine them, then it would put them on top.
Yeah, just bring in a couple more minutes.
Yeah, it's canceled. Oh, it got canceled. It was announced.
Oh, I just got the email now. Literally just Oh, while we were talking about this, you had me, oh, okay. I was like, what? Got it.
Thank you, Shasha. I think a lot of them are going to
Yeah, it's not done yet, I think.
We'll just wait 2 more minutes because it seems.
Do we have all of our speakers?
Is Dean here? Dean? Oh, you're Dean, okay. So yes.
We do.
You can say it.
Are there people in the notes still? Students there. No? We're a student, I just come back from the club. The student. Oh. Yeah. The ones from downstairs. But they're starting next door. Yeah. How many people is it? Yeah. That we're about to start.
Apparently they're starting. Okay, so we are gonna get started. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys feeling? Tired? Happy? Okay. So thank you for coming to this panel. The theme for this is identity politics, contesting multiculturalism. And we have 5 presenters for this panel, and we have 2 judges, Sarah and Mark. So each presenter is gonna have 10 minutes to present, and at 5 minutes, I'll hold up the sign to give you a cue, and then you have one more cue at 1 minute.
And if everybody can just hold their Q&A questions to the end, so we'll have a general big Q&A session. Okay? So we'll get started. The first presenter is Usha.
Hello everyone, good evening. My name is Usman Rahman and I'm going to talk about multilingualism. It is my honor and pleasure to stand in front of my esteemed judges, my teachers, and my friends. I feel really welcome standing in front of you guys. I can see people coming from different countries, different backgrounds, and different cultures. Before we begin, let me ask you a quick question. How many of you guys can speak 2 or more than 2 languages? This is exactly what I'm going to talk about. Multilingualism. Let me read it out for you. Multilingualism is the use of 2 or more than 2 languages by an individual or by a group of people. We cannot deny that how reassuring and how inclusive Canada as a country is. And we cannot deny that world is globalized than ever before. As I can take a recent example, very recent example of coronavirus, that it started in China and now it is all over the world. And it is spreading so quickly. It is very concerning. However, it does shows that how people travel so quickly from one place to another. How people travel from one place to another. There's a famous saying by a contemporary psycholinguistic professor, Frank Smith, who is known worldwide for his contribution in the field of languages. That one language sets you in a corridor for life. 2 languages open every door along the way. And of course, the more the merrier. It's always easier to talk to people in their own language. It makes them feel more confident and comfortable. I'll give an example, like if you're meeting a person who knows Chinese, instead of just saying hello, you can say ni hao. It will make them more comfortable and it will make them think that a person has gone a mile extra to reach out to them. And as I already mentioned that Canada is a multicultural and multilingual country. We have different languages. I'm not going to talk about all of them, I'm sorry about that. But we have English where 98% people they can communicate and interact with each other in English. We have second majority French, which is 21%. We have Mandarin, Punjabi, Spanish, respectively, which contribute 7.7, 6.8, and 6.2%. Let's talk about some benefits of becoming multilingual or some benefits of being a multilingual. It is proved worldwide that a person who speaks more than 2 languages has a broader perspective and it enhances their personal skills to use more efficiently. And it also assures them to get a good job. And it also pushes them away from any kind of deprivation. Why should we learn new languages? You might have a question that why should we learn new languages? We already know 2 or 3 languages. Because we know that the world is global village right now, and the influx of immigration into the country in many countries, especially in Canada, is more. And we can learn about new cultures. We can discover new cultures, and it also increases the tolerance level for other cultures as well. You get to know other cultures very efficiently. And it also makes world a globalized, it makes the world more globalized for business as well and for other perspective as well. And why should we have multi-languages in our curriculums and our academics? There's a question. Because the students who are afraid of taking those courses, who are not comfortable in English, they will take more courses and they will engage in those courses more efficiently and more confidently. As I talk about myself, I came all the way from Pakistan, and if someone's talked to me in my language, I will feel very welcome and I'll feel very comfortable. And it will give me a sense of belonging. It also provides mental health for students. Like students, they lack emotional support when they came here. So it will increase the chances of interaction between advisors, counselors, and students. And there will be more students, foreign students coming into the country, into the college, and in the form of exchange students, in the form of exchange semester studies. And I'm going to wrap it up by that why should we have multilingual or bilingual instructors or counselors? Because we can interact with them more efficiently, and we can interact with them, and we can talk to them about our personal issues which we are facing, and we will discuss with them more efficiently and confidently. And there should be more cultural, and there should be different cultural events which will allow us to understand more cultures around us, and which will give us a self of tolerance towards other cultures. And there should be more language courses which will allow more students from all around the globe to come and study in Canada. And nonetheless, there should be more tutors in our academic purposes, so we can discuss our problems and we can discuss about our course material with our tutors and advisors. Mercy, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have Dean Islam, and his title is Muslims Are a New Form of Black and Jewish.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Din Islam. I am a student of Columbia College and it's my last semester. And today I am giving my presentation in Limitless about one of the most matter of great concern, Islamophobia. So first of all, I'll introduce you guys what is Islamophobia. Islamophobia is the fear, hatred, prejudice against the Islam religion, which is based on, we have stereotypical belief that all Muslims are terrorists. Some people have stereotypical belief that all Muslims are terrorists, and like blaming Muslims, all the Muslims for some particular Muslims who so-called Muslim, but they are not focused on Muslim. So Islamophobia is the fear of Muslim people. So it has different from, first of all, like for example, like anti-Muslim, fear of Muslim, xenophobia, these all are part of Islamophobia. So first of all, as Islamophobia is comes from Islam, so I will start with the religion, what Islam it is. As I am Muslim, so I'm gonna introduce Islam. Islam is the second largest language in the world after Christianity. So we believe in one God, and Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is the messenger of Almighty Allah. So first of all, we have to believe in one God. Second, Muhammad is messenger of Almighty Allah. And third is Al-Quran is our holy book, which is we have everything in this book. We have to follow this book to be a better human being and being an Islam Muslim. Then we also have final judgment. Also, like the other religions, like if you do good, you will go to heaven. If you do bad, you have to go to hell. And in one of the main important thing about Islam is you have to respect all the human, including Muslim and non-Muslim as well. So this one was Islam. I explained. Right now there have some stereotypical belief about terrorism and Islam. But according to the real Islam, there is no relation between terrorism and Islam. First of all, what do you think when you listen the word Islam? There's some words or some image comes up in your mind. Maybe like someone killing each other, there's some bombing, or maybe some hitting each other. But I'm not blaming anyone. It's like the way how we used to watch and how we used to know it, like from media and different stuff, right? So it's same thing with Middle East. When we think about Middle East, we think that there would be desert, there would be camel, there would be like people are like just doing business. But if you go in Middle East, you're not gonna see this. Even me, when I was thinking about Egypt, I used to saw that there's a pyramid. But when I saw the picture, oh my God, it's totally different. So this is like a stereotypical belief about like Muslims. So there's some people that think about like this Muslim. So in Islam, I would like to say that there is zero tolerance about heterism and violence, and you have to respect the other people. Also, if someone killing or hitting in Muslim is the biggest thing. So you have to be human mankind. Humanity is the most important in Islam. So after that, I'm not just saying by myself, I'll give proof from the most important book, Quran. So Islam is the word, it comes from Arabic word. The Islam word means is peace. So the Islam meaning of the word is peace. So that's Islam is called the peaceful religion in the world. And according to Holy Quran, whoever kills an innocent life, it as if he kills the whole humanity. So the Quran itself says that if you kill someone, as if you kill the whole humanity. And also Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who was our messenger, he said that it is about suicide bombing. So suicide bombing is very common, right? Nowadays, you guys might say that, oh, what about suicide bombing? So Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that in it, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the fire of hell for forever. For example, if someone commits suicide, he have to be in hell for forever. So these two things is the most important thing, and this is from Quran and Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So if someone wanna consider himself as a Muslim, he have to follow Quran, he have to follow Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? But here they said that you cannot kill anyone, because if you get killed, you can kill the whole humanity, and also the committing suicide. So I have a question, guys. So as there's a lot of terrorism attack going on, what do you think? Who killed the most innocent people in the world? Some of you might think that like Muslim people, they are killing all innocent human life, but it's not true. I'm gonna show some picture of these guys. You know, you're very familiar with this guy, Adolf Hitler, who was responsible for World War II, sadly, and this cost thousands of millions of innocent Jewish people. He was not Muslim, he was a Christian. Are you guys called Christian as a terrorist or Christian? But he was Christian, right? But some people think that with one or two individuals, they all considered, physicists believe that all Muslims are terrorists. So we don't call Christian him a terrorist. He was Germanist. We don't say any German people terrorist. Same with Joseph Stalin. He was Soviet Union leader. He was responsible for mass killing in Soviet Union. Also, like Bertolt Mussolini, who was Italian dictator, was responsible for killing thousands of innocent lives. After that, I would like to say that terrorism don't have any religion. Heterism is their own religion. Their terrorist might be white terrorist, Muslim terrorist, Hindu terrorist, Sikh terrorist. They don't have any religion. Their heterism is their own religion. They hate each other, and then they kill each other. I would like to give some example. ISIS, Al Qaeda, Taliban. There was a mass shooting in New Zealand last year. Christchurch mosque shooting was 51 people was dead when they were spraying. And Paris attack, the mass shooting in Mexican immigrants. So they all are terrorists. They don't have any religion. They just want to kill other people. And I would like to give some terrorism attack and the response of our media. So according to The Guardian, which is one of the most famous newspaper, terror attack by Muslim received 357 times more press attention. So if someone Muslim commit any crime, 357 times more they attention. And also, if any Muslim receive an average 105 headline, others only 15. So if any Muslim attack any people, there are 105 headlines. But if he is not Muslim, only 15 headlines, according to the Guardian. And after that, see, terrorism also have relation with politics. So the different politicians, they use their monopoly as a use terrorism as a monopoly. I would like to give example of US President Donald Trump. Before the vote, he was saying that like, from Middle East, the Muslims they are coming, they all are terrorists. I'm gonna stop them. I'm gonna ban them. So the normal people, they was in panic. They said, oh, if we give them vote, he gonna save us from terrorists, right? And then he give vote, and then he banned 7 people. My question is, are all of 7 countries people all are terrorists? No, right? But he banned all these people. So here in India, we see that like there was a Kashmir issue where Kashmir is a part where Pakistan and India both they think that it's their own part. And Narendra Modi before election, he said that if you gonna elect me again, I'll bring the Kashmir again. Right now, Kashmir is under his law, so he control Kashmir. And also, US attacked Middle East for natural oil and resources. See this picture. This one before US attack, after US attack. Iraq, same place. This is same building in Libya, right now destroyed. This one Yemen, how beautiful it was. Yemen and Syria. So all related to politics. And I also would like to give some example how like when Muslim are victim, media they don't show that much interest on Muslim are victim. So there is one riots going on in India. I don't know how many of you guys know. There is the news. At least 47 people have died and more than 350 injured during the riots over new citizenship bill in India. So this is about Muslim people. They don't want to give a citizenship law. 47 people was died. How many of you know? We don't know that much, right? Think about if one Muslim killed 47 people. Same with like here we say that like here hate crimes against American Muslims have risen to the highest level since 9/11 attack, New York's time. So all media they always focus on Muslim or victim. They never wanna increase the open the news, but when Muslim are attacked, they always try to represent themselves as terrorists. So victim in different country, like Muslim are victim in Middle East country, they're similar. They destroy their economy, they're under poverty. They're terrorist group in Middle East. They are the victim. In China, they are not allowing practice in Islam. Uyghur. So Uyghur is one of the most common, right? Most of you guys even don't know. There's physical and mental torture. In India, we see the lockdown of Kashmir. There is no internet in Kashmir. And also like no media access. And there's lots of solution. First of all, I'd like to say that like they have lots of solution. First of all, we have to better understand what Islam it is. All Muslim and non-Muslim have to support Muslim. And you have to spend time with who is Muslim. You have to spend time to support, and media should be independent. They just not blame only Muslim. And Hollywood show us Islam in different movie. I have a video, but I don't have enough time to show you. This video show that like how they show all Muslim are terrorists. They are bombing. They're one of the very, very famous movie. The big character, they show that Muslim are terrorists. They're killing other people. They're hitting other people. That's so because we know everything from media, right? As a Muslim, I believe that if someone pick up a gun and kill with the name of God, innocent innocent people, he is not Muslim anymore. He cannot share my belief. He don't share 1.8 million Muslim belief who lives in the world peacefully for 1400 years. So I think that it's not good idea to judge all the Muslim. First of all, come with me. Come who believe in Muslim as a peaceful country, because peaceful religion. Because 1.8 million people they believe in Muslim is a peaceful. Only couple of individuals who believe Islam is terrorist. So what are you gonna pick up? 1.8 million or only couple of hundred terrorists? So obviously 1.8 million gonna be like majority, right? So that's why Islam is the most peaceful language. And this is my reference, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Rawan, Kurt.
It's not shown. I'll just wait.
Hello everyone, my name is Rahman. This is my second semester. Today I will be presenting about refugees and the different challenges as asylum seekers. My agenda of my presentation is defining refugees and asylum and to walk you through the forced displacement, migration journey, seeking asylum, and finally resettlement. What is a refugee? A refugee is a person who were forced to flee their own country under certain conditions such as religion, race, or nationality, and they can never return back home. What is asylum seeker? Asylum seeker is a person who flee their country to find the protection in another country. Stage 1, exile. There are more than 70 million people around the world are forcibly displaced because of the war, conflict, or natural disasters. More than 25 million people around the world, which is a huge number, are identified as refugees. Imagine waking up on the middle of the night being terrified from the voice of the bombs that this might be the end. Imagine living with this fear the rest of your life. Asylum is a never-free choice. Asylum seekers are seen as intruders when their only hope is to find peace and to be accepted. Have you ever wondered what's the differences between migrants and refugees? Migrants are people who chose to flee their country to find better job opportunities, to find better education, or to better their life. But they can still go back to their country and they still know that their families are safe. Refugees, they did not choose to flee their country and they did not choose to stay away from their country and they can never return to their home country. Stage 2, the journey. The way they flee are horrific. Refugees run away from their own country, leaving their homes, their families, leaving everything behind, taking with them only the memories. They live the rest of their life on these painful memories. They struggle to make it out alive, and sometimes they cannot make it alive. They face trauma, family separation, death, and sometimes they feel sexual violence, fear, and so much more. Stage 3, seeking asylum. Refugees are often unwelcome, despite the fact that they cannot go back to their country. Some countries accept them, but they accept them without giving them the rights to study, to work, or to live legally, which makes some people abuse them. While this dehumanizing process for refugees, which take not days or months, it takes years, it's inhuman and tedious. While waiting for this process to finish, they cannot study, they cannot live illegally, and they cannot work. For what? For the basic human rights that everyone should have. Refugees go through all of this struggle for what? For peace, safety, dignity, human rights. Is this too much to ask for? But the only life they have is hope. Resettlement is a hope for refugees. Resettlement is the process of granting refugees permanent residency in a third country, which give them the right to be educated, to work, and to stay in a legal way. In Canada, in 2018, Canada resettled the largest number of refugees in the world, 28,000. But still, even refugees, when they think that finally this miracle happened and they have a better life now, they still have to face a lot of struggles, and they still have to face new culture, language barrier, and grief of war and displacement. The key point. Now I want you all to say this with me, so we can all know what does this word mean. Can you all say it with me? Refugees are humans too. They deserve better. We must do better to support them. All what refugees are asking from you as a person is to be nice and kind, because they are hurt and broken enough to be treated bad. I want to call your action. There are 37% around the world who have higher education enrollment when only 3% of refugees can have this chance to finish their education. The World University Services of Canada, the Student Refugee Program, is the only program in the world to resettle students in Canada in a partnership with Canadian College or University. Columbia College joined this refugee program in 2019. Only 130 students around the world are being chosen a year. So let me know if you want to change even one person's life and make one refugee to finish their education. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up we have Tabby. Hey everyone, I'm Prabdeep. Today I'm going to present on right of indigenous people. Right of indigenous people. So as we all know, most of them are immigrants. So we always heard about like we are immigrants, those are non-white people and those are white people and those are like matters in us. So but who they are? First of all, we never heard most of about the indigenous people. Indigenous people are those who are like native to their lands and they share their histories, cultures and their cultures based on their histories and their developments in their time. They are native, means they are First Nation peoples who live in our countries. Like they are the as we call in India. In India, they are the Adi Manavs. In Canada, we most of their different categories like indigenous, Aboriginal people, First Nation people, and Métis and Inuits. And now, so they are like share all of the histories from their past to now. We always see about like their rights are violated by many countries and by many states, so for like pursuing their developments in the country. So they are the most important part in our country because they share their cultures, their loss of culture and their colonizations, their beliefs, their land, their territories. So why their rights are violated? So anybody is supporting to their rights? No. Nobody is supporting their rights. Even governments promise to them they will support their rights, but they never do that. So first of all, who consider the rights of indigenous people? They consist of culture, values, rules, and regulations. So next is the UNDRIP, also known as the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous People. Means that is just the one law that considers the indigenous people right to free, prior, informed, and the consent. But these consider their rights. But this firstly not enforceable by the governments in the past. But after that, in September 13, 2007, it was enforceable in the law, General Assembly of the United Nations. But you can think for one time, Why they do not consider the first time this declaration? Indigenous people are also same as us. So why their rights are not considered like us? We are also humans. They are also humans. But why? So this is just the law that considers the right of indigenous people free, prior, informed, and the consent. It considers the right of indigenous people self-determination. Like people have a right to consider their life, their own paths, to consider their like political rights, their social lives, their economic lives. Like they have every kind of right to pursue their path in their life, but still their rights are violated. UNDRIP helps to consider their rights, like to enjoy their rights without any discrimination and without any pressure of any government on them, and they can do what they want to do in their lives. I have one video to show you guys. Like how UNDRIP helps to maintain the relationship of Canada with the indigenous people.
What we encountered in the constitutional battles in Canada is that when we wanted to apply human indigenous people, the government said, you don't have human rights because you're the wrong kind of people. And that stood us as a shock, but it's part of the discrimination that we've had to endure. So we had to go to the General Assembly, and what we had to do was get a declaration that basically said that indigenous people have the same human rights as any other people.
Canada's current legal landscape in relationship to Indigenous peoples is complex. There's one story that is about the denial of Indigenous place and governance in this land. When Indigenous peoples first encountered Europeans, there was a nation-to-nation relationship, a meeting of equals, where there was mutual respect and the pursuit of common goals. As we went through the 19th century, we found that those goals were eroded, and the nature of the relationship was one of sovereign to subject.
And that places Aboriginal peoples in Canada in a subject to sovereign relationship, much in the same that citizens under the Charter are in relationship to the federal government as their sovereign. Yet the theory explaining how this works in both these cases becomes quite different, because the history of Indigenous peoples is not collapsible to the history of citizenship in Canada.
Canada has never yet recognized an Aboriginal right to self-government, unlike, for example, the United States. And the reason is because the court has interpreted the Aboriginal rights so narrowly as to be a custom, tradition, or practice. And that an argument that you have an Aboriginal right to self-government is seen as too broad in scope for the court to even be prepared to recognize, because they've defined the rights so narrowly.
UNDRIP changes Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples in terms of the duty to consult by saying that the honor of the Crown, which is a part of the legal duty to consult, must involve the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. What that means is that when the Crown is exercising its powers to develop, that it has to ensure that honor involves the free will or the participatory actions of Indigenous peoples in that goal.
So now, as we see in this video, like how UNDRIP changes the relationship of indigenous people with the Canadas, because they have right of free, prior, and informed consent. So they need, government should need to give their rights like first consent. Yeah. They have right to free. Like they are free from any coercion, any threat, and they are not forcible by any government or any corporations. And then the second one is the period. Like the government should need to consider every indigenous or every indigenous community to consider any kind of project is they are taking on their lands or their territories for for their further projects. So they need to prior include the indigenous people in their every kind of decisions and inform. If government deciding to work on their lands or in their territories, so they first should need to give them all provided information like they are doing this and they are planning to enroll these kind of information and in these kind of changes in their lands and the consent. Indigenous people have right to say yes and no. If the government ask to indigenous people, they are ready to share they are ready to hear about their projects. They can say yes or no. But now we are going to see what happened to their right to consent. But after their consent, their rights are violated because, as we all know, sovereignty is the supreme power of the government to make the rules in the state or a society. So first of all, when we all know that indigenous rights are also constructed by the governments, so their rights are violated because these all power rules and the nations are also constructed by the political powers and political discourses and state actors. And then their rights are violated by the sovereignty because sovereignty challenges the right of indigenous people because their rights are violated by the human norm. Their human norms are hurted by the states. And there are three kind of ways they hurt the rights of the indigenous people: extraction of industries, pipeline expansion, crime rates. Extraction of industries, like the government policies are like government going to own their lands and they want to take the land of the indigenous people. And second one is the pipeline expansion. As we all know, like there is a few news is coming out like the pipeline expansion in the Alberta to British Columbia. So there is a crude oil. So this is the most harmful for the indigenous people because if their pipelines will it will happen in the Alberta to British Columbia, it will exploit the indigenous society because it will harm the rights of indigenous people and it will affect on the climate change and the environment. And the crime rights, like when they protest against for their rights. So Canada government try to prison them into the jails, so they can't do anything with regarding their rights. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Sahil.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, judges, and the floor at large. For those who don't know me, my name is Sahil Chawda, and I'm here to present about how multiculturalism and collaboration helps businesses grow. So you might have noticed that the three main words in my topic are multiculturalism, collaboration, and grow. So what is multiculturalism? Anyone? No? Okay, so multiculturalism is the presence of or support for presence of several distinct cultural or ethnic groups within a society. Okay, next question. What is collaboration? Again, no one. I think that's why I'm here to tell you. So it is the action of working with someone to produce or create something. In a workplace situation, collaboration is when two or more people, often groups, work together through an idea sharing and thinking to accomplish a common goal. Okay, let's try again. What is growth? What is growth? Anyone? Sorry? Yes, it is a type of development. But in my can be money. But in my case, I'm talking about growth in terms of size of business. So growth can be increased in size of business. It can be achieved by either boosting top line or revenue of business with greater production, sales, or service income. So what is the importance of all of this? Why is multiculturalism and collaboration important? There's only one word to answer that: globalization. Today, opening a business is not very difficult. A person behind a computer just sits there, tap, 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 and there you have a business. And then a person with enough capital resources can just put the money, throw it, and there is a business open for you. But the real question is, how can you grow this business? In a globalized world, we can grow the businesses by hiring multicultural people and encouraging them to collaborate. So, how do we incorporate multiculturalism in businesses? Any idea? Multiculturalism can be incorporated in businesses by the help of cultural brokers. Now, these cultural brokers, they're effective in two ways. They act as bridges or as adhesives. So by acting as a bridge, I mean they offer themselves as a go-in-between. Whereas as an adhesive, they focus on building common connections. So let's say I like dogs and someone else likes dogs. That's a common connection right there. And that's how they help. So this would help bring out efficiency in work. So you see, the cultural brokers, they make stuff more efficient in a way that they let different kinds of parties work around differences, investing in learning other sides' perspectives and changing how they work. Okay. Furthermore, it allows free flow of ideas from different people and different backgrounds. So, so you have so many ideas. You build an idea meritocracy. So what is an idea meritocracy, you may ask? It is an idea meritocracy is basically when the best idea wins, no matter what your status in the business is. So you could be a business owner or just a normal employee. Your opinion and your idea is valued. Not like this person. The boss is always right, and rule number 2, follow rule number 1. So in the idea meritocracy, these are the things that happen. So there are so many people from different cultures, different backgrounds, and the ideas are collected first, okay? Then they're ranked in a scale of 1 to 10, whereas 1 is the worst idea and 10 is the best idea. And the ideas with the highest points are then applied in businesses. So this, who has heard of this brand now? Literally almost everyone. Anyone who has wives, mothers, girlfriends, anything. Or maybe even if you're a girl, of course, you're part of this brand. It's called L'Oreal. And let's see how they incorporate multiculturalism. And that's why they're one of the biggest brands. They pride themselves to make global symbols of fashion. They had multicultural managers and diversified them with varied cultures. Okay, and then they show growth by maintaining a steady stream of products, of new products, roughly around 20% new year, in every new year. So remember in the starting, I asked you guys what is growth and no one answered. But then when I told you growth is increase in sales or anything, this is showing growth. Okay, now and now L'Oreal has products in many countries, including Paris, New York, Tokyo, Shanghai, Rio, and Mumbai. What if there's no collaboration? Companies would be operating on assumption that the main virtue identity groups have offered is knowledge of their own people. You would find African Americans with them, okay, Hispanics with themselves, Indians with themselves, but then that shows there'll be asymmetric information. So one person knows more information than the other person, or one group knows more information than another group. So basically, you'll be like this. You'll be in your own bubble, in your own bowl of fishes, within amongst your own selves. In conclusion, distinct cultures bring different, important, and competitively relevant knowledge and perspectives about how to actually do work, how to design processes, reach goals, frame tasks, create effective teams, communicate ideas, and lead. Our future begins with what we do today. If we decide to approach the businesses the same way as we did in the past, the business will not grow exponentially. We need to change the way we look at multicultural people and collaborate with them to prosper. I'd like to end with a quote by a very famous person. No culture can live if it attempts to remain exclusive. This quote was by Mahatma Gandhi. And these are my sources, and that's all.
Thank you very much. Can I have all the presenters come to the front? So now I'm going to open up to the audience and the judges. If you have any questions, you can directly address to one person or you can ask them all. Yes.
Okay, you guys advocating an idea or causes. As a student of Columbia College, what can you send a message to Columbia College student, faculty, staff, Mark? What can the college do to help you advocate your causes? You can go across the board.
So for my cause, I'd like the college to include more diversity. I feel that most of the college has a population which is not that diverse, which is okay, but then in terms of including more diversity, even a minority of a population should be recognized. Maybe the culture should be separated more. Apart from that, I think our college has a very strong foundation in some of the diversity parts, but it can always improve.
We can improve our cultural diversity, as we talked about it. Like as from South Asia, like I can see a lot of people. If there's a bunch of people who are from India, they have their own group. They are from India and they don't interact with other people, as I noticed it. And there's people who are from, I'm not discriminating if they are from China, they have their own group. They don't interact with each other unless they have classes or something like that. So our college should arrange some kind of activities or some kind of programs in which every student from every cultural exchange. So we will have more chances to understand more cultures and other cultures as well. And so we can interact with each other and understand each other. Thank you.
So I'd like to say, as my topic was about Islam or religious, right? So I would like to say, I feel I'm here for 2 years, and yes, same thing I wanna say with them, with same thing. Like there is should be, for example, me, I look like Indian, right? But I'm not from India. I'm from Bangladesh. So the Indian group, they think that I'm from. They know that I don't speak their own language. I'm in separate group, right? So my friend, like African American, Asian people, they think that I'm Indian. So me in the middle. So it's very hard to find friends for me. So this thing should not be. It's really painful. It's really painful. Even I came first SFU. All of my classmates was Chinese, 35. So I left this college. I don't want to live there. And I came here. I find the same thing, but that's all I can do. I don't have any option right now, right? So committee should be considered this stuff. Another thing I would like to say that like in here, I feel different festival, right? Like Holi festival, that's yesterday, right? In Christmas we have festival. I see Korean festival and New Year, but I never see any Muslim Eid festival. There are at least like 200 Muslim students. So if you don't make any program where explain what is Islam, what is Muslim, there always will be a fair. So if you make some program in a school about what is Islam, what they're doing, so there will be no panic. So they can understand what real Islam it is. So I think that like
Ramadan is coming, so you can do it.
Yeah, I will do it for sure. But eventually, end of the day, I would like to say that like the college should be think something about that. And
For my presentation, what I wanted to let a lot of students to know about refugees and how education can be really important for a refugee, because it won't just change this person's life, it will change their families and the new generation that's coming. And also, I would really like to you all when you talk to a refugee, or even if you don't know about their life, just respect their life and to know to know what to ask or what to talk with a refugee, because they are so sensitive.
Okay, just a different one. Do I have permission to share your background? No. Okay. But would you advocate the college, the step you said in Canada, we're only getting 130 students. Can Columbia College do more?
They are doing enough.
And Canada is doing more, but can we do more, or we should do less?
I think what Columbia College are doing is more than enough.
Okay.
My perspective, we all know we are from different countries and from different cultures. So we, as for example, in our classes, most of them are from India, Indian people. So as I experienced that, there is in our sociology class, there is just one or two Chinese people. So most of the Indian people don't want to talk with the Chinese people. So teachers should need to share to collect them and want to share their ideas and to group work with them, because we always make a group with our culture people, not to them, because we think that they will not doing good and they don't understand our languages. So teachers should need to make the groups with those students. Those are from different cultures, so we can grasp the knowledge from that students and also share our ideas. So it is not a language barrier.
Your presentation was about indigenous tribes. Do you think our students know a lot about it? Why do you choose this topic actually?
Because it's the most common topic in nowadays, because last month last weeks ago there was indigenous people.
So did Columbia College do enough? Did anybody know that what you said last month was indigenous months?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people know that? Okay, that's good. Actually, more than expert.
So there was in the last month there was indigenous people barricades tracks on the railways. So there was also they just do that to get their rights, because they don't want to expansion of pipelines in their territories. So these are their rights are also violated. So in our college, so they need to give more priorities and equal rights as compared to the other people, not the less or the more, just equal to other students.
Yes, I have two questions for Sukhil. Great presentation, by the way. All of you did a great job. Number one, are you currently taking OB class?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
That's my instructor.
Okay, now it seems like I forgot my second question.
Don't know me by name? Tell them.
I was just so.
I mean, I'm a human. You should have.
Oh, sorry. My question, since you're taking OB, here, I remember. You mentioned a lot about multiculturalism.
Yes.
Do you feel like in the current world where people are sharing different experiences coming from different backgrounds, do you feel there is a way of fighting the generational gaps? Because, there are people, different age groups, right? And if you were one of the persons who just entered the workplace, for example, you are brilliant, you have amazing ideas, but as you said, your bosses or your team you're working with, what if they are from different generation? So how would you cope with, bringing your ideas so in the way that you're still respecting them, but you still kind of want to push for your idea, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for the question. So yes, there is a way, as I mentioned in my presentation, that's the job of culture brokers. They act as adhesives and as bridges. So they are actually maybe people who are middle-aged, people who are maybe older, people who are maybe younger, and they actually help with this type of things. They help not only with multiculturalism, but also in the types of age groups we are talking about. Yes, diversity. I hope that answered your question.
It did, but I kind of wanted you to tell me, like, what if you had a conflict? Okay, let me rephrase it. What if you had a conflict in the workplace where you were facing conflict was because you were perceived as a younger generation person?
Millennials.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'd say that's where feedback comes, where a company owner or a person who is in charge would get feedback from different perspectives, and he would like to deal with that type of a situation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My question goes out to Sahil, Mani, and Dean. They have talked about multiculturalism, Islamophobia, and multilingualism, respectively. My question is, acknowledging the fact that we are studying in an international college and that we all have to respect each other's cultures and each other's different languages, what we should be looking for right now is standard platform to get all of us having a way to communicate with each other effectively and be united. Would you say that unilingualism in this college would be one of the solutions? And second of all, do you think that promoting unilingualism would compromise multilingualism in this college? My question goes out to the three of you.
I think I would like to share this question. Yes, it's the language is the most important. I think like teacher should take some steps because like when we do group studying, right? If someone is speak their own language, we don't know what they're talking about, right? Some teachers they said that in class talking in English, but they have to speak more about what's the benefit. Because we are in Canada, we should speak in English, which is good for our communication fluence, is helpful for making good friends. So I think when the Orientalism and they came here, so everybody should encourage them to speak only English, not any other language. It's a good idea, I guess.
So I do get where you're coming from, but I think unilingualism is kind of opposite to what I just said. I think that we should engage and learn each other's languages or cultures rather than going ahead and saying that, oh, we should speak one language. Of course, when there are people who are speaking different languages, sometimes we feel left out. But then I feel that trying to, of course, like most of us over here, and in fact, all of us know English. Okay, that's an effective way to communicate. But then it's not a must that we have to be unilingual. We can also be multilingual and still live in harmony. Yeah.
As we have a unilingual, that's a platform that joins us together. Like that's the only platform where we can communicate each other because everybody knows English. But my point was that we should learn more languages in order to understand other cultures better. Because one way or the other, like if you are talking to one of your friends from your country, you will definitely talk in your language. So that's what I want. Like if you're talking to me, you can talk in your language, so you will feel more comfortable. Yes.
By the way, can I ask? Columbia College policy actually in classroom English only. And I think most instructors crack down on the group work. I think you can communicate that to your instructor. If you are in a group, like you don't feel the group is communicating with you, you should talk to your instructor about that. The other thing, considering three of you guys advocating, Jerica sitting in front of you guys, why didn't you guys start a new club? About understanding multicultural, multi-language. Jerica would be supportive. We have a lot of
We'll just take one last question. Okay. So my experience was somewhat different from what you all talked about, like people go in a single group, like if Indians are there, so they sum up with the Indian kids, Chinese go with the Chinese. But like my experience was different. I'm from India, but I speak Punjabi, right? But in the starting semester, I couldn't find friends. So I feel like the welcoming way of the college, that should be improved, and the students should welcome the new students. As I have seen like new students who are coming ahead now, like after 2 semesters, I was fine. I had friends because I had done the classes, right? I did 2 semesters. I knew a lot of people. So it's fine like till the 3rd semester. But the first semester, it's like you don't know people around, right? So even if they have the freshers party or something, I don't think that's enough because we all have, like busy schedule and we are from a new country, we come from different backgrounds and it's difficult to adjust. So I think like, do you say something like what can be done like apart from the orientation and the freshers party we have so that the new students who come, they can easily like sum up with the other kids, or the current students of the Columbia College, they should be educated to how to treat the new kids or how to talk to them or how to like help them to adjust in the new environment.
Yeah, it's a good question, and that was my point, that if you are coming here and you are new in this country in totally new culture, you definitely lack a lot of emotional support. And if we have instructors, or even if we have some, like we have a lot of student, what do you guys call it?
Volunteers.
Yeah. So if they speak your own language, you will feel more comfortable, and you will feel more. It will give you a sense of belonging, and you will be more interact. It will allow you to interact more with your instructors, with your advisors, and with your counselors, and it will give you a more sense of belonging to your own culture, and will definitely improve your skills as well.
So what can like college do on this
So they can encourage more languages, or they can teach instructors, or they can hire more instructors with bilingual or multilingual, or can speak your languages, or they can hire more students who can speak more languages, as Punjabi, as you mentioned, Punjabi, or any Chinese or any other language. So it can be easy for students to interact with each other.
I'd like to answer the question. As I had mentioned about collaboration, there are so many things you can do to improve the welcoming culture, as you're saying. One of it is games, for example. Have those, inviting games, for example, teamwork games, like something that requires some teamwork and effort. And people like that would be chosen at a random and selected and then put into a group and asked to play a certain team building or team exercise, yeah? And that's helps improve collaboration. But another thing is, a person as a student should also be open to this type of idea. So let's say you come, you are introvert, you're not very outgoing. So you would also have to make an effort. So I think the effort not only comes from one side, but it should come from both sides.
Thank you very much to the presenters. It was really diverse topics from local to global. And as the pic here says, that's all. So just wanted to make an announcement that the award ceremony has been cancelled for today. So you're all free to go home. The results or the winners will be announced on Monday.
On Instagram, maybe. That's what I heard. I have a question. We used to have
Thank
a
you for your
club
time.
called Read and Read.
Thank you everyone for
Guys,
listening.
so when did you start it? But every student kind of started club. If you guys feel passionate about it,